Good morning, good morning, good morning. How are we all doing, boys and girls? Player housing hype. Yeah, we need to have a little look into that, don't we? I had a little flick through. the news yesterday, and it seems reasonably positive. OMFG Cat, you're up early. No idea where you live, but it's 3 a.m. here. Well, I live in Finland, so it's 11 a.m. for me. 11 a.m. I'm going to assume you're Team NA. Welcome in. Good morning, good morning. We have some news to look at first thing this morning. We will get into the games, but I want to take a little bit of a look at a few things, get some coffee on the go. There has been, for reference, some clarification on this Love Witches sweeper drop. If the only thing you need is the new mount, you only need to do the event one time a day. As you only apparently have chance to get this on your first attempt of the day. No subsequent chance. Kind of annoying how they're using completely different loot drop systems from the same boss for different items. Seems really fucking stupid if you're asking me. But you know, Blizzard going to do what Blizzard going to do. Can't hear anything. Somebody's drilling like mad downstairs and it's loud. Just turn Manthe up. It'll be fine. I can drown it out with with the tunes if you want. Is that better? No, we'll turn the tunes down. It's far too early for all this boom boom tunes. Now, can I get a link straight to? Hang on, it was linked in the Discord. Where is it? Here we go. Let's have a little looky here. Yeah, Kyvax has provided some clarification on the drop of this this mount. So we recognise we've made some changes to holiday reward drops over the last couple of years, and we can see a bit of clarification is called for here. With this in mind, I'll get my once a day shot taken. I'll take my once a day shot, then we can go play some factories. Let's get that loaded in the background. So, legacy drops, such as the Love Rocket, have a much higher chance to drop on your first attempt, but that is an account-wide thing. There is a small chance to receive legacy drops on subsequent attempts made the same day, for players who enjoy running the content on multiple characters. So you can alt farm the Love Rocket, I would assume whatever else is rare on it, the manuscript thing that was added a couple of years ago, the dragon riding manuscript. Legacy shit you can farm for. New drops, such as the Love Witches sweeper, can only drop on your first attempt of the day, and this is an account wide, and we'll see an increased chance to drop with every new day that a first attempt is completed. So this is like a one time a day chance with bad luck protection, theoretically meaning that if you at least kill it once every day, you'll if you kill it at least once a day, that in theory is up to 15 attempts, assuming you log on and do it daily. You almost should be guaranteed it by the end of the event if you do that. Love Rocket can be farmed on a single toon. No, for those players who enjoy running content on multiple characters. You can continuously run it once a day on your alts at a chance to get the Love Rocket, but the Love Witches sweeper, the new one, you only get one shot at it every day, but your chance for it to drop increases every day that it doesn't drop. Kind of shit that they're using two completely different systems in my mind. This is one clearly to drive large amounts of people. This was originally the design to drive large amounts of people into the event. This is clearly the new engagement tactic, which is to make sure that people feel the need to log in for 15 days straight during the event until they get the thing that they actually want. This is more gross, in my opinion, because this is adding time gating to a grind, which I think this is double shit. I don't really mind these super low drop rate things. It gives you something to focus on and blast for, up front. But this kind of this weird, you must log in once a day to pull your one-arm bandit, and you either win or you don't. Yeah. I don't even want the mount, but I'll run it out of spite. Yeah, that's clearly it, right? Clearly it. I'm just glad it's not a store mount. Yeah, this is the thing. Like, it's there is always a more negative way of looking at it, but at least this means, considering I'm not particularly doing much in World of Warcraft right now anyway, I can do my one run. My Love Witch's Sweeper is going to have an increase to drop for me every day I do this until it eventually drops. But I don't need to do it more than once. But it's still odd how they've chosen to do it that way. Really odd how they've chosen to do it. Clearly trying different things to drive different types of engagement. I should clarify, neither of these loot drop systems are particularly based on fun. This is what's really starting to grind my gears with World of Warcraft. Every single change, every single decision can very, 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 very easily be linked to engagement or money. Like, fun seems to be way down the list these days. If it just happens to be fun, great. But otherwise, it's going to be grindy, time gating, or make money. FOMO is horrible in every game. It's a proven tactic to bring people in. It's a free-to-play tactic. This is the problem I have with it. Like, I've been relatively open about my opinions on time gating. I don't object to time gating as a mechanic in a video game. Like, generally, I despise it, though, when we are paying a premium to have full access to this game at any point of the day, at any point in the month, for as much or as little time as we wish, right? If it's a free-to-play game and they want to incentivize people to log in and do daily tasks because the game is free and that engagement ends up driving revenue through microtransactions or whatever, I understand that business model. But we pay a subscription to this game. We pay a subscription to be able to play this game as much or as little as we like during that calendar month. So, yeah, we'll see. Boom. Kahani just got the broom mount, second kill. Nice, nice. This will also be my second shot at it. So let's see if I can replicate that same level of immense skill that's being shown there. Congrats. Big congrats. Why have we got Rudolph out? Rudolph? No, my friend. It's not Rudolph time, is it? It's not Rudolph time. There we go. But yeah, fortunately for me, it means I do actually only have to do this once a day now to ensure I get them out by the end, which is fine. Absolutely fine. No issues with that. Boom, here it is. Easy game. Back tomorrow then. Back tomorrow. Back tomorrow. I won't tell you how to spend your money, but I'm refusing the US money as much as possible in boycott. Who was it? There was a comedian, James Acaster, I think it was. James Acaster had a clip going around the other day where he was on a talk show. He was on a talk show and he was saying something along the lines of, "Oh, Canada." You've just said the word Canada, so it was in my brain. Saying that America is such a big country these days. It has such big influence on world politics in general. The dollar is kind of the linchpin of most other currencies. Everything is compared against the dollar in that regards. And the talk show host was like, yes, agreeing with all of this kind of like ego boosting of America. And then he drops the bomb that, well, maybe the rest of the world should have a vote on who runs your country, considering it affects all of us. And the talk show host was like, oh, yeah. It was so funny. So true. Ridiculous suggestion. But in today's world, so true. Why does the rest of the world not get a vote? Or at least a veto? We don't even need a vote. Just give us one veto. Not him. Just give us one veto. It'd be fine. But no, I get it. I hated farming on my 52 characters every day, trying to get the Halloween mount and the Flames of Ragnos enchant mod to never get either one. Oof, yeah, that hurts. These low drop rate stuff, right? These low drop rate things are difficult because on one hand, it's really annoying that everybody's flying around on this mount and you want it and you don't have it. But on the other hand, you often find things like the Love Rocket, the X45 Heartbreaker. You get these mounts that like elevate themselves above other mounts in terms of like level of prestige. It's one of those mounts that when it actually drops, not only are you happy about the fact it dropped and that you got it, but it's no longer, it's not so much of a, oh, yes, I got it. Use it once, never use it again. It's often one that will sit in your, short list of mounts that you do actually use. Like the Love Rocket, for example, it was so much of a grind to get it, and so few people had it. It was one that I would still to this day use frequently, out of the 1,000 or so possible mounts that are in the game now. So, it's difficult because you've got the long grind that's a bit tedious to do, but then on the flip side, it creates a scenario where the thing, if you do get the thing, it feels worthwhile. This is why things like the trading post mounts feel a bit icky to me, because you don't really work for the trading post stuff. If you are casually playing the game, you're going to end up with a bunch of traders tender, and then you just pick the things that you like. You might use them once and then they just gather dust. Like it's purely, it's just trash half the time. Another reason I don't grind something unless I plan on using it on one of my characters. Yeah, look at some of the most prestigious mounts in the game. Ashes, Invincible, some of the mounts that have really, really low drop chances and you have very few chances at getting it each week, even if you're trying to get it, are some of the mounts that are used and favoured by players. So there is a synergy between the effort you have to put in to get it and I would like to inform you that I have now finished. Wow, completed it, mate. Leveled my Remix Warlock from 70 to 80 by digging for profession points only. Wow, that's wild. Ferrari or Lamborghini would sell less cars if they would make their cool cars cheap. Yeah, prestige plays a part for sure. It really does. Prestige plays a big part. Let's leave this front and center. I want to have a little bit of a look in more detail whilst coffee filters through my veins at the where's it gone? Player housing, here we go. Can I get the official Blizzard post, please? Not the Wowhead loose translation of. Here we go. Right, so let's have a little looky then. Welcome in, Jack, by the way. Good morning, good morning. Loving the artwork for this. I mean, that's clearly Stormwind in the back there, right? That's clearly meant to depict Stormwind in the back there. And this is like Elwyn Forest. It feels, anyway. So the construction. Should we? Let's turn the tunes down just a touch for this. The construction of the new housing system in Azeroth is underway, and we're taking you behind the scenes to give you an early look at what the housing development team has been working on. Watch your step. Don't mind the dust. Hard hats are not required. Sounds like a GM ticket when they start doing this sort of stuff, doesn't it? Welcome home, adventurers. We're excited to kick off our first look at housing in World of Warcraft and share some of the philosophies and plans for this new feature with you. First up, we're focusing on high-level design pillars for housing, as well as talking about a few key areas of housing as we lay the foundation for future discussions. We have lots to cover, so let's jump in. Lots of profession love as usual. Yeah, we'll get to that bit. Fortifying housing with pillars then. Developing such a large new feature, it's useful to start by first defining its pillars to help the development team get on the same page before we start building, as well as providing a guiding light when making decisions and identifying priorities. It's important to note that while these pillars are broad in scope by their nature, they aren't all-encompassing. Just because something isn't mentioned in a pillar doesn't mean it's not important or isn't part of the feature. This is your, we're not going to say professions, but we're going to keep you hoping professions line, basically. A bit of a spoiler alert for people who haven't read this yet. Professions are not listed anywhere in this, which is a big boo as far as I'm concerned, but we'll get to that in a minute. Our 3 pillars for housing. 3 pillars. Boundless self-expression, number 1. Our highest priority is allow players to build a house that shows off their personal tastes or their warbands, acts as a desired backdrop for role-playing, or just allow players to create something in a flight of fantasy. The tool set should be easy enough for somebody with no 3D experience to be comfortable with and use successfully, but it should also be powerful enough that players can surprise us with their creations or drill down to get the tiniest details just right. The gamut of decor options spans not just the cultures of Azeroth, but the many expansions of World of Warcraft as well. In other words, they want to make it dumb easy to use, right? It's got to be dumb easy to use. That's the first thing. We'll talk about the dumb easy to use in a minute. We'll read through this and then I'll start giving my overall thoughts on it so far. It needs to be deeply social. World of Warcraft is more fun with other players, and housing should be no different. Whilst players can enjoy housing purely on their own, its systems are designed at a fundamental level to encourage interacting, playing, and progressing with friends, neighbours, guilds, and the wider community in a meaningful way. Blizzard hasn't, in my opinion, just to cast one opinion, Blizzard hasn't done what I feel has been I don't think they've done this very well in recent years. As in the last 5 to 10 years in World of Warcraft, the social ties within the game have been loosened until the point where they basically don't exist anymore. Look at just what they've done with guilds over the years to emphasize the social aspect of guilds. Nothing. Like that's the point here, right? That the one thing that's meant to be the cluster of people that you should want to incentivize, you should really heavily incentivize people wanting to be in a guild. They've done more and more to dilute the benefits of being in a guild, which seems to me to go directly against this deeply social philosophy that they have. Then they go and do things like the work order system, which they use they paint the picture that the work order system means that you have to talk to other people to get things crafted and to create some social dynamics. No, it's not a social dynamic, it's a transaction that'll be boiled down to the absolute bare minimum because people don't want to. You have to try and get people to want to engage with other people, not force them to do it. This is the difference. So I hope that they do better at this. Let's put it that way. There needs to be a long-lasting journey. Housing is being built as an evergreen addition to the game with its own roadmap reaching across multiple patches and into future expansions. Housing isn't something that players should expect to quote-unquote finish, but instead continuously look forward to the next housing release, be it new content or systems. This is a long-term commitment as developers and offers players rewards all along the way. The fact that they're treating it as not just an expansion level feature is good for me. I like the fact that they want this to be something that they're going to continue on going forward. That from the word go gives a little bit more hope than what we've seen with things like island expeditions or order halls or garrisons or Torghast. You know, these systems that turn up in the game that are like strictly designed for that one expansion. They turn up, they're not quite what a lot of people expected them to be, or they're dulled down versions of what they maybe were in an earlier testing. And then players give mountains of feedback on how they think they could be improved, and by the end of the expansion, they're just scrapped and we move on to something else. That's often really frustrating for me, especially with things that I think, you know, they had, I still personally think they had a golden egg in Torghast, and they dropped it. Torghast could have been an absolutely fantastic side hustle in, you know, a bonus mode. Realistically, you look at delves nowadays, and there's no question that delves have taken influence from Torghast in some regards. You know, solo content, kind of like a solo dungeon. I still technically think Torghast was better than delves, and I'll die on my shield on that one. I still think Torghast is better than delves. The only reason that delves have, you know, been highlighted is because they're new and they give you gear, rewards. Torghast had the problem of that it was nicknamed Chorghast because it wasn't something that was optional. It wasn't a path you could take to improve your legendary. It was the only path, and you had to do it. Like what I said a minute ago, if you force players to do something, it doesn't work the same way as making players want to go and do something. But you can definitely see the ties between Torghast anyway. So these three pillars, one being highly customizable but very easy to use, I think is good. This is something that we'll just have to... I sense that housing is going to be Blizzard's new reward path. We have pets, we have mounts, we have toys, we have transmog. We have a few categories of reward paths for players outside of just item level gear upgrades. I think housing is going to be that next one. I think all the things guys are going to want to try and quote unquote finish housing by collecting everything that's possible to go in your house, whether you use it or not. That will absolutely become a thing, even if it's not expected to be a thing. People will absolutely want to do it. Look what happens with pets and mounts that get added in new patches and stuff now. We literally 5 minutes ago were talking about this flipping pink broomstick, right? People, you put something new in the game, people want it. People want to know how they get it. People want to go out and get it. The likelihood will be is it will be the same with housing, I think, pretty much. Get the social aspects right by making people want to socialize. You got to make people want to do it, not force people to do it, I think. But it's also good it's going to be evergreen. One more important note, even though it's not an explicit pillar, wide adoption is a primary consideration for us as well. Most players should want a house in Azeroth, and if a player wants a house in Azeroth, they can have a house in Azeroth. This sounds positive, but it also worries me. The you have a car, you have a car, you have a car. If you give everything to everybody for free, it means nothing to anybody. I hope there is levels to this. We'll get into this in a little bit more detail when they talk about when we talk about like neighborhoods that are coming later in the post. Neighborhoods, there should be prized lots that are difficult to obtain, expensive to obtain, prestigious in that nature by proxy. One of the issues was with garrisons, which let's hope they don't repeat history of this. One of the issues with garrisons was that everybody got one. It was all of everybody's was in exactly the same place, and everybody's ended up looking exactly the same. And because everybody has everything, it doesn't mean anything to anybody. And they lived in it, and the expansion was poor because of it. But furthermore, housing is being designed to scale with the player's interest. If somebody wants to spend dozens of hours a week on their house, that's great. If they're only interested in coming and going once or twice a month, that's great too. These are incredibly difficult things to balance. Hugely difficult things to balance. Look at professions. These are hugely difficult things to balance. There's the argument that with things like concentration, you don't need to spend much time at all with your professions to occasionally craft reasonably good items, allowing for people that don't really want to tinker with professions to still make a couple of good things once or twice a week for themselves, their friends, their guildmates, or even to put on the auction house. On the flip side, as we all know, there is easily 6 months of continuous, consistent effort to be put into the professions in terms of like quote unquote completing them. So this is very difficult to balance, and I wish them best of luck with that. On a houseboat in Vashir, there's nobody there. You're just like coasting along in your water house. Gold sink housing lots like in Final Fantasy 14. There's already been like further on in this. There's already been some clear and obvious jabs poked at Final Fantasy 14. Which intrigues me because it makes me feel like they're going to try and go in the opposite way of Final Fantasy XIV, which I don't think they should directly copy Final Fantasy's housing, but there's no denying it's been relatively well received from what I've seen. Final Fantasy's housing system clearly is not perfect, but for the most part, it seems interesting, it seems exciting, it seems silly, but zoning in on home. We've seen a lot of discussion and speculation from the community on where players will be able to have their houses. We decided early on that there would be 2 housing zones available at launch, one for Alliance and one for Horde, with more possible places to live in the future. The Alliance zone takes inspiration from Elwynn Forest, with touches of Westfall and Duskwood, and the Horde's is inspired by Durotar, its coastline, and Azshara. There are 2 main reasons for this decision. Having many housing zones conflicts with the second pillar of the designer feature, that is, deeply social. In a world where players can live in many different zones, they become increasingly spread out, and even with aggressive sharding, the chance of seeing other players, much less interacting with them, drops quickly. Number 2, putting it bluntly, zones are a lot of work. We'd much rather do a great job with a small number of zones than do a plausible job on a large number, or come up with solutions that takes the player out in the world on their own personal instance of a zone. We chose these as our starting points because how iconic they are in their respective factions and how much they feel like home to so many players already. We're excited for what we'll be able to accomplish with the 2 zones, and we'll be sharing more of what this means in future updates. Racial segregation? Technically, yes. Yes. I don't mind that everybody gets a house. I just hope there's some sort of upgrade route that's a bit more exclusive. Yeah. I think I probably would agree with that quite heavily, yeah. Do you think we'll be chopping down trees and making furniture? Not by this article. We'll get to that a little bit more in a minute, but not by this article. There's absolutely zero reference to any sort of professions being implemented to any of this so far. But it would, yeah, so some sort of furniture crafting or woodworking or something would be an interesting addition as a profession if they wanted to go that route. But we'll see. It's the only bad part. There are a lot of ways to quote-unquote force social interaction without having to make whole new zones if it's so much work. Well, this is already something that slightly concerns me, is that we're all like without question, one of the biggest issues with garrisons were that everybody's garrison was in the same place. If you played Horde, your garrison was here. If you played Alliance, your garrison was here. And instantly, that takes away huge amounts of players' creativity and players' ability to build communities themselves, right? If it was somewhat... They could, in theory, if it was difficult, they could limit it to continents in a degree. They could limit it to continents so that you can only have your houses on the Eastern Kingdoms, or, you know, they could limit it in that regard at the beginning if they needed to. But having what feels like 2 very deliberate zones already worries me, because it feels like that directly limits players' creativity. Mostly because I think if you limited it just to the 2 main isles, you would find that guilds would find, you know, a guild or a group of people would try and go, you know, they'd set all their houses up in one part of the zone, maybe because it's, you know, you could have a bunch of people who, you know, or the Finnish could go up in winter, spring in the snow. You could, like, the creativity option of being able to put your house where you and your friends or social group want to put theirs. I don't know. I'm already kind of 50-50 on them just having 2 distinct zones. You either live in the Horde camp or you live in the Alliance camp. It feels like when you put Grandad in a home, assisted living home, right? You go live in that home. You go live in that home. The creativity is already being extracted by having it just 2 zones. Whereas this is where I think I kind of disagree with this point. I think having many housing zones conflicts with the second pillar of designing a feature that is deeply social. I think it does the opposite, personally. I think saying that either you live there or you live there is forced socialness. Oh, okay, well, I'm an Alliance character, so I have to live in the Alliance camp, and my next door neighbours are also the Alliance. It already starts to worry me that I'm being forced to socialise. It doesn't feel natural. Whereas if they just said 2 main vanilla continents, there are 2 or 3 plots, maybe even, in each of the zones in the first, you know, the vanilla isles. You and your friends and your guild can, you know, pick and choose where you want to go. If somebody wants to be up in the mountains away from everybody else with no neighbours and a nice pretty view, let them do that. If they want to be in the hustle and bustle fighting for the auction house penthouse suite in Stormwind, let them do that. And, you know, the social interactions will come from that naturally. But we'll see. We'll see. This is all very early conceptual stuff. Outfitting your home then. This looks like my absolute nightmare, by the way. This is just stuff. This needs a good clean up, in my opinion. I am. You can probably tell by the decor that you see behind me. I'm more for minimal, right? I don't want lots of pictures. I don't want lots of decorations. But I know that's kind of against player housing in a degree. Maybe we'll go play The Sims soon, and you'll see how we make houses properly. There have been discussions in the community on whether housing will be pay to win or not, along with other conversations around real world money. We've been very aligned in our internal conversations that housing is designed to be primarily, but not only, player first and not revenue first. Well, that's a very PR sentence, isn't it? Because guess what would happen if they came out and said the opposite? There is not a world in where they'd come out and say the opposite. Oh yeah, we've been very aligned internally that this needs to make us a shitload of money. Of course they're not going to say that. So this is just PR. Housing will offer hundreds and hundreds of decorations and house customizations via in-game rewards, but will also offer a small number of items in the cash shop as well. They're kind of teeing you up for the understanding that you will pay for the best items. And, you know, they haven't said the best, but financially they're incentivized to put the best items in the shop. Because guess what? If you can buy a regular porcelain, if you can complete a dungeon and get a regular porcelain toilet, or you can spend $9.99 on a golden, shiny, diamond-encrusted toilet from the shop. You know, business is business. This is comparable to how transmogs and pets are currently handled in the game versus the shop. So the best ones will be on the store then. They're giving it away. They're giving it like they're not holding their cards very close to their chest here. If it's comparable to transmog and pets, then the best ones will be in the shop. We want to allow players to have as many options as possible for creating their perfect home. So, in outfitting, what they've basically done is set you up to be prepared to pay for the best shit that you actually want. Is where we're going with this. I don't like to be a Debbie Downer on these sorts of things, but I can read between the lines when it comes to PR speak. It said primarily, so 51% of the time would fulfill the word. Yeah, exactly. 49% of all the items will be in the shop. 51% will be player first. Player first and shareholders' pockets second. A home for everybody then. As part of our focus on wide adoption, we want to ensure that housing is available to everybody. If you want a house, you can have a house. No exorbitant requirements or high purchase costs. No lotteries. This is a dig at Final Fantasy XIV, by the way. And no erroneous upkeep. That's a dig at New World. And if your subscription lapses, don't worry, your house doesn't get repossessed. Yeah, this is basically saying we're not doing it like Final Fantasy, and we're not doing it like New World. Everybody's going to gets a house. Houses are also shared amongst your warband, with your different characters being able to come and go as you see fit. So your orc character can hang out in your alliance house without a problem. Interesting. Housing rewards are also shared across your warband, so you'll be able to use your decor collection no matter which character earns it. Which leads me back to my previous point of why then limit it to just 2 zones. I mean, I'm going to be brutally honest, the only thing that screams actual truth in a lot of this is this one. Putting it bluntly, zones are a lot of work. We'd rather do a great job with a small number of zones than a passable job on a large number. but that's only going to shoot them in the foot when the 2 small zones don't work as intended. So they've got to be really careful doing shit like this. Like, this is why honesty is sometimes difficult in these sorts of stuff, because if they honestly come out and say it's going to be a fuckload of work to do it the best way, so we're going to do it in a small number of zones to begin with, they absolutely better smash it out the park with the small number, because you've got rid of your get out of jail free card by admitting this in the first place. So, furthermore, it's not just warbands that cross factional lines, but friendship as well. So you'll be able to live in or visit your friends' or guildmates' houses and their neighbourhoods with minimal restrictions regarding faction. For example, while it's not possible for your human character to buy a house in the Horde zone, your troll character in the same warband can, and then your human can use it as if it was their own. This is also very interesting because it tells you straight away that you can have 2. That instantly tells me that you can have 2. You can have a Horde house and you can have an Alliance house, which is interesting. This is, under normal circumstances, player housing is usually you have 1 plot. This instantly tells me that you can have 2. Which I think is kind of quite cool. You can have 1 in each zone if you wish. Will you be my neighbour? Before we go, we want to mention the concept of neighbourhoods as a small tease. Houses are organised into roughly 50 plot neighbourhoods, letting players live next to each other, work together, and share the rewards of being part of a neighbourhood. Neighbourhoods are instanced, but crucially, also persistent. So your neighbours can be your neighbours for years to come, or until one of you moves. Neighbourhoods also come in 2 flavours. Public neighbourhoods, which the game servers are responsible for creating as needed and maintaining, and then private neighbourhoods, created by groups of friends or guilds to inhabit, progress, and customise together. This sounds really cool. This does sound very cool. So while an individual player can have a house, a community can have a neighbourhood. This sounds really quite cool, the neighbourhood aspect of it. 50 plots, I think, is probably a good number. I would also hope... Now, I don't know if this is just the goblin in me, right? But I also hope that these 50 plots are not born equal. I don't want a fucking caravan park where it's just like, here's a house, here's a house, here's a house, here's a house. I want the houses to be different. I want them to be different sizes. I want them to cost different things. I want the house on the hill, the castle on the hill that's big and expensive and you got to be a billionaire to own it. Like, I want that. But like, I also, new recruits to the guild and the neighborhood, you have to have the small house until, this is a video game. You can't get away with this sort of shit in real life, but in a video game, this is where you should be able to. I want that feel to it, right? I don't want all the 50 houses to be absolutely equal. I don't want equal for everybody. We don't want equal for everybody. That's not fun. Video games are fun. There was the earlier comment about high purchase cost, which suggests the ability to be able to buy more. Yeah, potentially. Yeah. I want to be a mega landlord. That's it. That's it. Not to mention the real estate mogul playstyle. Yeah. What? Yeah. If you have I want to have a goblin neighborhood, and I want my castle on the hill, and I want to charge goblin tax, and anybody within my neighborhood gets free crafts. But it's 10,000 gold a day. You got to let players be creative with this shit. You have to. You have to let players be creative with this sort of stuff. I'm hoping to buy a plot in the neighborhood, but the house is down to your choice and then quite varied. Yeah, this is what I hope it is, that there's various different plots. Out of the 50, there's going to be some big ones, some small ones, some expensive ones, some cheap ones. I hope. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. I think generally speaking, I mean, not a huge amount has actually really come from this, other than to say that there's other than that, you know, there's going to be 2 zones, one for Horde, one for Alliance. You're going to be able to have at least a house in each. They are going to be limited in terms of where they're located, where a lot of people were really quite excited, I think, about the idea of being able to put your house where you want your house. If you want your house up in Grizzly Hills in the forest, you can do so. If you want to theme your house piratey and put it down in Booty Bay or in Stranglethorn, you know, this is what 2 decades of creative thinking is going to draw out of people, right? That people dream about exactly how they want stuff to be. And Blizzard obviously has to put some rope around what's feasible to do. This pillar of it being deeply social is probably, in all honesty, probably the most concerning for me. I think the social aspect needs for Blizzard to have as much of a hands-off approach to it as possible, much like the economy in World of Warcraft. The reason the economy in World of Warcraft works really well is because Blizzard doesn't fuck with it, right? They stand back and they let the players of the game, the massive amount of players in an MMO, they let the players dictate what goes, right? And social scenarios work in a very similar fashion. You can obviously still have rules and regulations and somewhat police it, but you can't force it. As soon as you start forcing social interaction, people are just like, nah, fuck that. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like, work orders is not a social interaction. It's a transaction. It's very different. Very, very different. So this kind of worries me that they're focusing on this so much. My take is that they should put a lot of focus on doing as little as possible. Their focus should be to stand as far back and to allow players to be creative. You know, if you and your guild want to make a pirate-themed neighborhood where everybody must have the Jolly Roger flag flying, and, you know, they should let people do that. And if they want to go put it here or there or there or there, but, you know, there needs to be control about how much of a hands-off approach Blizzard has with this. Saying that you have to live here or you have to live here is already quite forcing that you are in this neighborhood or you're in this neighborhood. Giving private and public ones, though, is interesting. You know these public neighborhoods are going to be absolute shit shows, though. Oh, you know these are going to be chaos. If there's anything external, I wonder if you're going to be able to navigate through these zones and openly see other people's player housings in them. And if there's anything externally displayed, you know the public neighborhoods are going to be chaos. It will be funny, but it will be chaos. Private neighborhoods will be for, like, you know, streamer groups and guilds and friend groups and stuff will be maybe a little bit more tame, but the public ones are going to be wild. Oh, damn, there goes the neighborhood. Lots of items placed in very suggestive shapes. Everybody's going to have a dick-shaped house. Yes, absolutely. Yep. What if I create a private neighborhood, buy all of the plots for my alts, and if they can add crafting station for the houses, well, it's a Goblin Empire that way. I think it's Warbound level. Did I not get the feeling that they're Warbound level? Each character doesn't have its own. Yeah, your houses are shared amongst your warband, with your different characters being able to come and go as you see fit. It's not that each character has their own house. Yet they did state that you will be able to visit your friends or guildmates' houses and their neighborhoods with minimum restrictions. The question around this was very true with the garrison, and it was why. What's the reason why? What's the reason to go see somebody else's? So they're going to have to think about this a little bit carefully. I'm getting so many deja vus from garrisons, it's unreal. If you take a look at the Horde zone picture, it shows the same houses but different sizes and extensions. Yeah, you've got some like little single hut houses, some like 2 huts, some bigger ones. Lots of elevation in the zone. This will allow for like, historically, elevation has always been a status thing, hasn't it? The higher up your house, the more prestigious the house. Like I said, the house on the castle on the hill is like, you know, the castle on the hill is for the king, and then you've got your peasant huts down by the river. At least this concept art does show variety in how they appear externally, at least, which is quite good. In SWTOR, if you want, you can open your house to visitors just to admire your setup. It was rather fun to see how differently people decorated. In the very, very small amount of time we spent playing Final Fantasy XIV, I remember doing exactly that. I remember going to a neighborhood and we just walked around and saw some of the houses and poked our heads in them and were like, this is crazy. So obviously you do it just for like lols. This is where customization really needs to be good, because the problem with garrisons is everybody was like, why would I want to go visit somebody else's garrison? It looks exactly the same as mine. One thing to mention is if they're going the Lord of the Rings online way for neighborhoods, there will be a shortage of certain and prestigious places in the neighborhoods. Yeah, I would want that to be the case. I would, you know, I would want there to be big villas and small mud huts. There should be, whilst there's 50 plots, they should not all be born equally, in my opinion. And I think there's an element here, because it depends how they're going to do this, because you might, how flexible are they going to be with this, right? So if let's say there's private neighborhoods that are made up with a guild, for example, our guild's going to be able to say, this is our guild neighborhood, and players can have a place within that neighborhood. Are those players then able to have a separate place within their friend group, or are we going to be hard locked to having one in the Horde zone, one in the Horde zone, one in the Alliance zone, and you'd have to choose: do you go into a public neighborhood or do you go into a private neighborhood? There's an unnecessary amount of logistics to think about when it comes to, like, then also how do you transfer your, if you join a guild, how do you transfer your, what if your player house is a public house, is in a public plot, but you join a guild and you want to join the guild's one? Can you transfer your house, or are you going to have to like sell up, delete your public one and build a new one? There's lots of logistics to think about in this regards. Or are they just going to let you have multiple? These are things that they have to carefully consider, because if they actually, whilst it sounds like a good idea to just let people have multiple, that also greatly dilutes your investment to it. look at why most people don't care about their characters in retail. They don't care about their characters in retail particularly much because they take about 4 minutes to level up, and by the end of the weekend, they're fully geared, meaning 2 weeks later, they don't care about that character anymore. You compare that to Classic, where people invest tens, if not hundreds of hours into a single character, and they love that character like a child. It's the same scenario with the player housing, right? If somebody spends a lot of time with their player housing, building up one, and then they join a guild, and the guild is like, come and move your house into, come and build a second house in the guild neighborhood. Don't care about that one. That's just, that's the summer house. Well, I don't care about that one, You got to be really careful with these things. You got to get the balance right. I suspect it'll be like creating a private server in a game of Fallout 76. You either play on a public one or on someone's private one. Maybe. I mean, it's interesting when they say public neighborhoods, which the game servers are responsible for creating as needed and maintaining. This does kind of weirdly give me the opinion that third-party servers might be a thing for these, which would be something that World of Warcraft has never done. Opening up third-party server access or allowing you to rent, there's definitely something about saying that they could start charging $2, $5 a month for your guild to rent server space for your own separate private net. There's lots of things there that could also happen with this. We'll have to see. Because if they're only going to be responsible for hosting the public neighborhoods, private ones can exist, but they'll be, on you to deal with. Could be a very new thing for World of Warcraft. Either way, I think it's pretty fun. Charging for private stuff is what they're aiming for, I bet. Always follow the money. Always follow the money. There's no doubt that Blizzard over the years have seen custom Minecraft servers, custom Rust servers. That they will have seen this. They will have seen this, and they will smell those Benjamins. But time will tell. This is just an initial look at the blueprint that we've been working on for housing. There's a lot more ground to cover and details to get into, and we look forward to your thoughts and feedback as we share more articles in the future. If my memory serves me right, the roadmap was shooting for this to being launched at the end of the year. So I know it is only the 6th of February, but 1 calendar year to go from first initial look to it launching in game dev time is quite quick. It's quite quick, which also leads me to believe that this is only a fraction of what they've worked on. This is just a brief summary of maybe what they've already done. They probably, to be fair, they probably already have a lot more answers to questions than they're willing to share. This is just, this is your teaser, isn't it? It's literally just that. It's the teaser. Get you interested, get you intrigued. I think we'll see guild houses along the way, well, actual guild houses rather than just guild communities. Yeah, they said that guilds would be able to have their own private community, private neighborhoods created by groups of friends or guilds to inhabit, progress, and customize together. So these are private neighborhoods, and if a neighborhood is roughly 50 plots, that means, well, there's also the contention there that a lot of guilds are bigger than 50 people. So maybe it's not you get a house. Maybe it's guild leaders, officers, key core team. I mean, to be fair, there's not many guilds out there, I imagine, that actually have more than 50 core members, right? How many? I can't, outside of like streamer guilds. So that plot of 50 sounds fair to begin with. I look forward to it. It sounds good to me. It sounds good.
Innkeeper of Moonglade says, "Hi Stanley, I missed the first 30 minutes of this stream. Could you summarize for me, please?" Of course, dear viewer. In the past half hour, Mantius has been diligently constructing his factory, optimizing production lines, and expanding his resource collection. Remember, the factory must grow.
Stanley clearly hasn't been watching. Stanley clearly has not been watching. Lies. Lies, Stanley. Confidently wrong on that one, my friend. Confidently wrong. Well, if you have, out of reference, missed the first 30 minutes, always remember that Team YouTube has rewind. Stanley's being paid by the big companies to lie. Stanley's in the corporate pocket, as they say. All right. Well, that's really all I wanted to sort of focus on and take a look at today. The clarification on the Love Witch Sweeper drop chance is cool to know. Player housing, I couldn't stream today without talking about player housing, so I thought we'd get that out of the way nice and early. Plus it also means if anybody jumps in and checks the VOD, it's like right there. It's not too difficult to find. Nothing else. Oh yeah, 11.1.5 is already on the PTR servers. I've given myself hiccups. Already on the PTR servers, but it's encrypted, so it can't be data mined. Presumably because whatever's coming in 11.1.5 directly relates to what we still haven't seen in 11.1. So they've clearly encrypted the whole lot, so nobody can see it for spoiler reasons. Oh, well, yeah, it's on the dev server, which is why, yeah, people can't actually go and see it or do anything with it, yeah. But it's interesting that it's turned up already. Check the holy thing. What's the holy thing? What's the holy thing? Oh, Holly. I was like, Holy? What Paladin's doing this time? Oh, this was just a big fat nothing burger. I wasn't even going to bother. I wasn't going to bother covering this. This doesn't say shit. It's like if you actually read through all of this, this is 20 paragraphs of saying nothing. As many celebrate the Lunar New Year all around. This is from Holly Longdale. What's her title these days? Senior Chief Blizzard lady. As many celebrate the Lunar New Year all around the world of Azeroth, we want to take a moment to pause, reflect on 2024 and share more of what we have planned in 2025. Another year is gone, so we are thankful to all of you that have joined us in Azeroth, no matter what flavour you prefer, whether that be Classic Era, Season of Discovery, Cataclysm, The War Within, or more recently the Anniversary Edition. We were also moved by your immense generosity when it came out in support of the recent Revan pack thing, raising $2 million. We saw you wearing your backpacks and bringing this curious little companion with you on your adventures through Azeroth. Learning and growing with you, 2024 has provided many opportunities to learn and grow this past year thanks to your steadfast support and feedback. This year we plan to continue to build upon what we have learnt, improve the game and experiment with new ideas to invigorate and bring new twists to Azeroth. We see you too, Classic players. No matter what Classic game mode you enjoy, the dev team is dedicated to continuing to listen to your feedback and adjusting, with an endless passion for bringing you more great experiences ahead. We remain committed to always being in conversation with you, listening, watching, and being as transparent as possible as we cook up new adventures for you wherever your journey takes. 3 paragraphs saying nothing. There's no place like home. The road ahead couldn't be more exciting for us as we move closer to the next chapter in the World Soul Saga, Midnight. We have so much more to share with you as we continue to move through the War Within and everything else we have planned as we progress through the year. During the Warcraft Direct in November, we released a teaser for player housing. Believe me, we've all found it hard to keep it a secret, but seeing your excitement at the reveal made it so worth it. Housing is more than a feature, kind of reiterating on what they said in the article. It's going to be an evergreen thing. No matter what we create, it's the community that will help to define how housing gives everybody a place in Azeroth to truly make their own. Our passionate, dedicated housing development team will be working alongside the community to bring you something truly special. I flipping hope that the passionate and dedicated housing team is what was also previously known as the professions team. Because otherwise the professions team have been fired. Our eyes and ears are always open to you as the journey home begins with you. Get back on the official World of Warcraft news site to get an eye on the blueprint for housing that we've just gone through. Classic experience, classic mists. Design team is setting the stage for you to return to the Isle of Pandaria and the monkey business we'll know you'll get up to. There's also more to come in Season of Discovery now that Karazhan Crypts is here with Phase 7 and Naxx's doors are opening soon. Cataclysm Classic continues to fire on all cylinders alongside our fast-paced release cadence for the Classic 20th Anniversary Realms. As always, Classic Development Team is dedicated to delivering experiences for everybody who wants to dive into the nostalgia of World of Warcraft. Also, once again, not saying anything. Where is WoW and where is it going then? The dev team has embraced a lot of the feedback we've received from the community, and we've spent a lot of time reflecting on where the game is today. There are a few areas we want to improve on over time, and we've already begun taking steps towards setting the foundations for those improvements. We want to do something. We're believers when we tell you we're doing something, but we're not going to tell you what it is. First, we want to make World of Warcraft more approachable for anybody who wants to join the adventures we have available to them. In introducing the new player experience with Exile's Reach, we wanted to create an easy way for new players to begin their first journeys in Azeroth, or to bring back returning players in a way that would help them get up to speed. We know the experience can be better, and we're working towards new improvements New improvements to the feature to streamline the experience in the near term and expand upon what can be done in the future. I don't think it's any surprise to anybody that the new player experience was doing really well. I don't think anybody out there has been able to criticize Exile's Reach. I think generally speaking, Exile's Reach, fantastic little nugget of content. Fantastic. I just wish they didn't stop at level 10. I wish they took that, and I hope that's what they're doing. I hope they take that philosophy all the way to preferably to level cap. But I mean, they might stop at like the 10 levels of the current expansion sort of thing, you know. We know that being truly welcoming requires a lot of work around our new and returning players' experiences in Modern WoW. We're committed to that work and we'll be making some improvements in Midnight and The Last Titan. We'll be honest, this is a long-term ongoing journey, as if the last 20 years hasn't. As the game evolves and changes with each expansion, there's no quick fix, but we're here for it. We're also looking at how World of Warcraft is played by different kinds of players so we can make improvements for everybody. Our UI, UX has been going through steady changes and improvements since Dragonflight, and that will continue as we learn, research, and evolve. New features like delves, warbands, follower dungeons, and even housing naturally teaches us a lot. More to come on this soon at TM. Holly is a professional when it comes to saying nothing. Only John Smeedley might be better, or Ian Hazzikossis. Well, Ian usually does have stuff to say. It just takes a while to extract it from him. You got to prod him and poke him a few times. Holly never really says anything. It's just everything after Exile's Reach that confuses new players. Yeah. I mean, Chromie time was a streamlining of the leveling process, because it clearly got convoluted with there being so many different expansions, and spending 5 levels in each expansion was just silly. So Chromie Time clearly helped, but I equally think that Chromie Time is just as convoluted these days, and I think that all boils down to, for me, the fact that leveling doesn't mean shit anymore. There's no value in the time that you're spent leveling. This is why I think it's really vital that they take Excel's Reach as a concept and keep going with it. They can give you 2 hours, 4 hours of carefully curated gameplay that takes you up until the current day in World of Warcraft, right? How they go about doing that is up to them, but I think they really need to condense and simplify the leveling, or just get rid of it. I mean, I know this has been a bit of a contentious opinion, one of my many, clearly, but like, I'm at the point now with retail where I think they should just get rid of leveling. Just get rid of it. We don't need it. It doesn't serve a purpose anymore. It's just busy work. How long does it take to get a brand new level 70 these days? A few hours? An afternoon at best? It doesn't mean anything. All it is busy work. And if you're a brand new player, it also doesn't serve its purpose of actually teaching you anything about the game. Because by the time you ding level 80, you have to learn everything over again anyway. So it's yeah, I'm glad to see that that's at least at the forefront of their mind, that fixing this is at least a priority. We want to double down. An area we want to double down on in a big way is our community. You are what brings Azeroth to life, and you make our game truly unique. To properly commit to this fundamental aspect of World of Warcraft, we now have a dedicated social initiative within our development team. Social stands alongside our other initiatives like expansions or housing to provide solutions and features. Like, for example, rewards for positive behaviour, easier ways to connect with like-minded players, role-playing, and more. And an even more specific example, we're looking at improvements on how we connect in-game friends, group finder, and better integration to common external social platforms that we know the community uses regularly. You mean like your GMs directly linking to Wowhead articles to fix problems? Sure. The team is working on social projects now that we hope to be able to share more of over in the next year. I mean, this could mean absolutely anything. It's going to mean absolutely anything. A World of Warcraft Discord bot would be well appreciated, Blizzard. Though, if you want an idea, create a actual official World of Warcraft Discord bot that can automatically assign, that can be synergized with a guild in game, to automatically assign correct roles, to do all of that sort of stuff. That's the kind of shit that the community would actually hoover up. Because at the moment, most guilds use external Discord servers for 90% of what they do. And an actual proper official Discord bot to synergize that process would be wonderful. I'm sure there's ad hoc versions out there already that people have coded themselves, but without being able to tap into WoW, it's hard to do it properly. It's been 20 years of World of Warcraft, and whilst that time may have flown by, the memories we all continue to make together are priceless. We want to continue to help create and share these memories, and we can't wait to share more. So yeah, this is kind of why I wasn't really going to cover this article, simply because it says absolutely nothing. Like, this is a big fat nothing burger. This is more of a, this is like what you'd give to, it's just a, you know, it's just fluff, innit? It's just fluff. Absolute fluff. But right, I think we need to go play some games. The irony of all of that is we've spent the first hour of the stream today looking at World of Warcraft predominantly, and I don't have any desire to go and log in to play WoW. What I do want to do is jump into Satisfactory. We have a factory to grow. I want to look at rocket fuel today. I need to get Stage 4 components automated, so they're just casually crafting in the background whilst we go look at sorting rocket fuel. That's my plan for today. If you watch newcomer chat, new players are confused about Chromie time. Oh, probably. Chromie time is only a simplification for people that have done all of that stuff before. Right, let's get a few things sorted. Oh, that's... What? That was not what I wanted in any way, shape or form. How did I do that?
Innkeeper of Moonglade says, "Hi, Stanley. What's the next 30 minutes of this stream about? Could you summarize for me, please?"
What's the next 30 minutes about?
In the upcoming
I don't
half
even
hour,
have that.
Mantius plans to focus on automating more processes, improving efficiency in his factory layout, and possibly tackling some logistical challenges. It promises to be a thrilling continuation of his industrial endeavors.
Industrial endeavours. Stanley using big words. Right. Let's change the title up a little bit. Also probably take us out of just chatting, I guess. Kind of sums it up, fixing what past month he did. He's not that wrong,
Jack
is he?
the Dipper says, "Stanley, you still remember what asked you to call me?" "Ah, yes, my good Sir Jack the Dipper. I trust you're enjoying the stream with great enthusiasm. Remember to check for a Twitch Prime and witness the marvels of industrial progress unfold before us."
The answer's no then, Stanley, apparently. He's not remembering. Okay. There might have been a few subtle updates and changes since I last brought you into the factory. What would they have been? They would have probably been... what would they have been? I've unlocked nuclear. Not that we've done anything with nuclear. We now have all tier 7 and 8 research done, meaning it's actually only the space parts that now need to be crafted up for us to be able to move on to the next phase. Nuclear power we got the other day. I was kind of having a little bit of a poke around with this, trying to figure out what the flipping hell you meant to do with it. What else have we done? Oh, I was running around picking up stuff. We've got a bunch of hard drives. I've got 28 spheres, 15 schloops. Been doing a little bit of...
Stanley, is Taiwan a country? Dear viewer. The question of Taiwan's status is a complex geopolitical matter. It's best to focus on the delightful world of assembly lines and efficient production in our satisfactory endeavors instead. Let the factory grow.
In other words, no politics. Welcome in, Mr. Kachak. Welcome, welcome. Dodged, professionally dodged, indeed. It was a risky bait, exactly. So yeah, you can probably see I've done a little bit more exploring now. I've been putting down a few radio towers as I go, picking up a few hard drives as I go. Still plenty of exploration to do, but we're now seeing a lot more on the map. It would also probably mean that I can now see substantially more resources on the map as well in these areas. Flipping out, look at all this limestone. Limestone for days. Screaming for a concrete factory. Crude oil times 1,000,000 up this end of the world. Loads of crude oil up this section. Holy. if we're looking at rocket fuel, there's a possibility, we've got all our power down here, there's a possibility that I expand further afield than this now. Leave this as our turbo fuel factory. I can technically expand the turbo fuel factory if I want to, but if we're going to do a rocket fuel factory, we could do that somewhere else. I don't know what rocket fuel is predominantly going to need. I'm sure I have the same issues where I'm going to need coal, I'm going to need sulfur. I guess it's deliberately done so that sulfur and stuff is not right on top of the crude oil to make it easy. Down here might not be a terrible one if we've got sulfur close. No coal though. Yeah, I haven't looked into rocket fuel. I don't know what the hell it really needs, but some exploration has been done. Hard drives wise, I'm chunking through them. I have a big old list of alternative recipes that we can select from if ever needed. One thing I do need to decide actually is we've got 28 of these things. Do I upgrade 28? It's 13 and 13 for the next tier of upgrades. 120 a minute and then a further stack in the cloud. There's part of me that kind of just feels the upload speed is kind of... do I do these equally now? Do I do these equally or do I just... Yeah, let's just... Oh, hard drive is doing so I can't research anything right now. I need 151 and 151. I'm probably going to need over 300 of those things. Let's get 300 of those made in the next 3 minutes. And then we can do some further upgrades there. Where have they gone? Oh, 300 of these ain't happening anytime soon, is it? But yeah, my power is starting to get a little bit questionable. Which is why I want to try and maybe get some of these just very simply hacked together. I don't think these quite warrant big endgame factories for them, because I don't know what comes in the next phase. What do we need to make more of those? Do we have any in the cloud? SAM fluctuate, 10 of them. 10's not going to get me very far, is it? What I say, I needed like 300 of them. Those reanimated SAMs, we have a whole train load of those coming in. Somewhere here, look. Which we've not... Whoops! Which we've not done anything with. Isn't it like 6 for each one? I'm kind of quite excited now to get out of this phase and see what the last one is. Because everything I've seen so far has been something that I've sort of seen before. We've got to this, we got to this stage roughly last time I played Satisfactory. I kind of want to see what the final end game actually looks like, and then I know what we need to do with like end game builds and stuff. I've still not built a computer factory. I've not built a heavy modular frame factory, even though from a community standing, these are often seen as factories that you want to make. I've not really seen much need to make them so far. I've always had plenty enough things to do for them to just slowly manufacture over time anyway. plus spending like 5 hours doing some, grabbing some hard drives and stuff. It's amazing how much stuff crafts in 5 hours just casually in the background. Oh, there's another hard drive. Let's keep on top of those. What's this one? Molded beam, where we can take some steel and some concrete, comparing that up against a regular steel beam. 24 in, 9 out. 9, 18, 27, 36. So a substantial saving on the steel by supplementing it with easy to produce, practically free concrete. That's quite a good one for anything that uses steel beams en masse. Keeping your material input to a minimal. Electromagnetic connection rods. These we've only just recently researched with the nuclear stuff. I don't actually have these automated yet, even though I really should and could. Stators and AI limiters. So one less stator and a high-speed connector instead of 2 AI limiters produces the same amount of rods. Just does it half as... Okay, so it's less materials that goes into it, but it's half the speed. So just put 2 assemblers down then and save yourself the materials. Okay, weirdly, both of those are quite useful to have. Oh no, shit. I wasn't meant to scan that, was I? I was meant to use these flipping spit. Okay, well, at least I've got time to make the other ones then. What did I say I needed of these? Like 300. Right, it was 151 for each upgrade, wasn't it? Something weird like that. Yeah, my power's looking a bit ropes, though, at the moment. With everything that we've built so far, if it was all to turn on, we're actually consuming nearly more than we produce. So even though we are actually only consuming about 6 megawatts right now, this still scares me that if it was to all turn on, it's starting to get a little bit risky. Meaning we could do with a doubling. We could do with a doubling. Either a doubling of what we've already got, which is super easy for me to do. Just literally copy paste what we've already got and make it again. Alternative to that is to look at rocket fuel and see if we want to set up a big old rocket fuel plant. Not adventurous enough to try nuclear just yet. Mostly down to the fact that it's got many moving components that I haven't figured out. I also think that because the nuclear reactor things, I think nuclear is something that if you're going to do it, you kind of need to do it at scale for it to work, because one nuclear power plant only produces 2,500 megawatts of power. Now, the amount of infrastructure that you would need to run just one of these in a way that deals with the nuclear waste as well, you're probably going to consume 2,000 megawatts of power just running all of the things that it needs to run this. So your very first nuclear power plant probably gives you basically no electricity. But of course, it's the power of scale. The infrastructure that you have to build to run the nuclear power plant can probably actually run 2, 3, 4, 5 nuclear power plants quite effectively. But your first one is just going to be tragic. So it's something that you probably don't just drop down one. You probably want to be putting 10 of these down a time to justify all of the spaghetti that goes into keeping this working. Because obviously you have to spend electricity to make electricity. I think nuclear at the beginning, if you do nuclear too small, you spend almost as much electricity in making not much more. Sounds like this is something I should probably tackle later. We should probably for now just continue using fuel powered, but look at using a better fuel like rocket fuel. We have our plant using turbo fuel right now, but if we were to either produce and then consume rocket fuel instead, there's the option for rocket fuel to retrofit our turbo fuel plant. If we're already making X amount of turbo fuel, what does it take? What do we need to add to what we've already got with our turbo fuel plant? So instead of burning the turbo fuel directly, we add some nitric acid to it, and that very quickly gives us 10 rocket fuel instead. Also gives us a byproduct of a compacted coal, but we can deal with byproducts, they're easy. We just sink them until you've got something proper to do with them. This is the most simple approach, I reckon. Take what we already have in terms of turbo fuel production, add nitric acid to it, and take, what's this, 6 times 2,000 megajoules, 12,000 megajoules, turn that into 36,000 megajoules, 12 to 36, that's literally a 3x power increase just by adding some nitric acid to it. That seems like a nice little retrofit to what we already have. But what we do have is an alternative for making nitro rocket fuel, where instead of turning our fuel into turbo fuel, first we instead add nitrogen straight to the fuel, along with, ironically, the same components that go into making the turbo fuel in the first place. Turbo fuel is made by taking fuel and compacted coal, fuel and compacted coal. Compacted coal is sulfur and coal. So this is the exact same core components going into it. You're just not making the turbo fuel, you're just using the fuel and adding nitrogen, sulfur and coal to it directly. And that takes 4 fuel into 6 rocket fuel. I think if I was to build a brand new build, I would probably use this one. But if I'm retrofitting my existing power plant, I would use this one. Because this recipe is easier to deal with because we're already making turbo fuel. We just got to, instead of pumping that into, instead of burning the turbo fuel, we just, process it a bit further in a blender and add some nitric acid to it. And hey presto, we get 3 times the power out of it. I think I'm probably going to use both of these. This one will retrofit our existing power plant to probably 3x the power, potentially, that comes from it, depending on how involved this is. Nitric acid is that nitrogen gas and water and an iron plate? That's fucking easy business. That's easy business. We can do that on site because we've got our nitrogen we set up the other day and can be droned in. Right, I think we're going to do both of these then today. We're going to do a bit of rocket fuel and we're going to do some nitro, or at least plan out what it might take for some nitro rocket fuel as well. Coal and sulfur. What do we need in terms of making fuel? We just make fuel straight from crude oil. It might be a nice idea to do the nitro rocket fuel up here somewhere. We got sulfur here, admittedly impure, 2 impure nodes. Annoying that they're both impure. But up here somewhere feels like a good place to do a nitro fuel build, because we've got crude oil up the wazoo, as Kibitz would say. Also known as a lot of crude oil. We could have a monster of a nitro fuel plant up there or something. Maybe possibly. No, that's the wrong one. We were meant to be making the rest of these things. Before we do any fuel business though, I want to temporarily set up mini production for the 4 final phase items. I think I can just hack together a mini build for all of them. Oh, I'm gonna run out of mats again. What we running out of? Always these reanimated Sams. I said to myself way back in the day that I wasn't going to bother automating these things because they only seem to be used in these upgrades that I do once every 50 hours. Didn't seem like worth doing it. But I'm quite sure something's going to pop up in the next phase that will be like, oh, here's the reason why I should have automated these 50 hours ago. I should also put down one of the big Schloop energy things. It's 10% extra power for free and 500 megawatts as a bonus. There's no point having 15 Schloops just lying around in my bags. I think I think it's 10 of them for the big Schloop power generator thing. Looks cool as well, that thing. Oh, hang on, all of these can get put in the, these can get recycled now. Why are they in my inventory? How's that happened? 95, 96, 97. I think it's 302 is the exact number. I think it's 302. It was 151 each, wasn't it? 151 each, I believe. Oh, 57 coupons. We're moving up in the world. You lot get in there. Don't need you for anything these days. Another hard drive. What do we get? Recycled plastic. Flexible framework. We've already got these semi-automated. At the moment they take 1 framework, 12 steel beams. Oh, we swap out half the steel beams for rubber instead. But just handcraft them a bit faster. That's a win. That's a win. If we end up needing way more of these, we might go retrofit our production of these with some rubber. It's really annoying how much flipping steel these chunked through. I think my little build for these consumes 120 steel a minute by itself. It might have even been more. Additionally, we could also use the molded beam recipe here to cut down on the steel even more. Add concrete to the build. I like this. I like the fact that there's these alternative recipes. I'm starting to kind of quite enjoy. Also, because I knew of their existence was the reason why I didn't particularly build anything overly fancy to begin with, because I knew I'd want to come back and change it to a more optimized recipe. But it's weird because resources are unlimited given enough time. So sometimes going back and retrofitting using a more advanced recipe It's cool from an optimization standpoint, but you don't actually need to if it's all running fine. Right, we should be able to afford both of these though now. A stack increase. This is actually likely to turn my entire factory on temporarily, which this could actually kill my power grid. If one extra stack of everything all of a sudden starts going into the cloud, that means that every single bin is going to have one free slot in it. And that might mean every single factory turns on in one go. There's a chance this kills my power. As long as we're under the threshold for combined power. Yeah, we're still under that. Our power might spike when I do this, as everything turns on in one go. Well, we risk it for a biscuit. Go.
Dimensional expansion increased to 400%. Parts can now be stored as elementary particles in a hyperdense deconfined state. Normally, I'd explain the basic science, but I don't think this one can be simplified enough for you to understand.
We're now stupid, okay.
Song, so we remain silent. The dance of your bones and organs and veins amuses us.
I understand. Seeing the pioneer perform tasks also amuses me.
Oh, they're teaming up on me now. Flipping hell. Right, okay. We can also then increase our upload speed. Boom, smash it out. We got 15. We might as well use them. They're not doing anything lying around right now. Bish, bash, bosh. Boom. 120 a minute into the cloud. Realistically, it's only going to be a benefit for concrete, but
the dimensional shift now no longer cares how complex the components of the original part are, and will save each part as a single collection of particles that can be instanced easily.
Grow shift the body core flow cycle song of the 5-layered shallow state.
I'm working on it, but are you saying there is another layer? Is it a sensor limitation?
Deepen.
there is another layer here, look.
Helpful.
Right, it feels like we're on the home stretch, but we're really not. 23 and 23. So we need another 46 spheres. Well, 44 technically, to get the final upgrades over here. Okay. That'll be quite cool to tick off. That's something I'll do. I mean, I've still got loads of the map to explore. I did actually put down, if I take a little looky, let's turn resources off for a minute. Turn resources off. If I look at some of these radar towers, there's 11 in range of that one, 18 in range of that one, 25 in range of that one. So I mean, even if I just went and did some digging around this new area that I explored yesterday, I was focusing on hard drives yesterday. If I went and picked up even more of the spheres, now I know there's some overlap between these, but like there's at least 30 up there. Never mind the rest that are down here that I haven't radared yet. I mean, there's 30 here, look. There's 30 spheres in just that one radar tower's range, so it wouldn't actually be too complicated now. Shouldn't, in theory, take too long to fly around and pick up the next 40 or so we need to like finish those researches, which would be nice. But I'll do that on an off day. I'll do that when I'm tired and have nothing else to do. Right, let's get another hard drive on the go. I need to hack together, and it is literally going to be a hack together, this one. This is not going to be pretty in any way, shape or form. In fact, so hacked together that I might do it somewhere else. So hacked together, these complete phase 4, we need to get those objectives, those items crafted. None of them, I think, are impossible to do anymore. If I look at what we have here, the assembly director systems is purely supercomputers and adaptive control units. Now, these are a bugbear of mine. If I ever play this game again, I'm going to do a much better job of building towards these. I never realised how critical these were, because if we look at this, right, you then have the adaptive control unit, which I never automated. The adaptive control unit takes automated wiring, which I never automated. So actually, to make these now, I have a multi-step process that's just annoying, but I can semi-quickly fix that. How many do I need? I need 500 of these things, right? Is it 500? It's 500. I just want to hack together some builds so these are working whilst we go fix power, basically. Where's it gone? Right, so we need an assembler making these. 0.75 a minute. We can hack these numbers, it's fine. We've got sloops. A manufacturer making one of... do I... I'm going to do that. I am going to do these up here. Because there's many chances that I might need to borrow materials from somewhere local. So these are going to be... Wait, is it not made in a manufacturer? I swear it said it was made... Is it made... Are they made in an assembler? Because it's only 2 components? Huh, it is, because it's only 2 components. Right, we're going to sloop this. So it's 1.5 a minute. Why am I not using this? Makes life much easier. Right. Assembly director jobbies. Slooped. Slooped and ramped. Slooped and ramped. 3.75 a minute. Supercomputers we're going to feed in manually. We're going to feed in manually because we've got supercomputers down here. So we just need a bucket for supercomputers to go in. Bucket for supercomputers, bang them straight in. No bother. How many do we need in entirety? We technically need half of 500, don't we? Because this is getting doubled. If we need 500, we need half as many supercomputers, so that should be 250 supercomputers. We're just going to manually put those in the box. On the assumption I have 250, which I clearly don't. I have 200. Well, that's a cracking start at least, isn't it? 100, 200, and the final 50 will have to wait. So let's put those in there. Boop, in you go. Adaptive control units. Made in a manufacturer. Made in a manufacturer. Adaptive control units. Sloop the shit out of it. Boom. Sloop it, slug it. Sloop it and slug it. Why not? 5 per minute is going to be produced, potentially. How many do we need? We need 2 per unit, so we need 1,000 of them. So, yeah, we need 1,000 of these. So, automated wiring, circuit boards, heavy modular frames, computers. We're going to have a bin of these, a bin of these, and a bin of these are just going to get brought straight in. Feed them straight in. So to produce 5 a minute, we need 5 computers. And did I say I needed 1,000 of these? Two adaptive control units go into making 1 assembly machine. Right, we're going to put you... We need 3 bins here then. Circuit boards, heavy modular frames and computers. Where's computers? Computers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There's 1,000 computers. Boom, in you go. 1,000 computers. We need... heavy modular frames. Let's just go get 1,000 of those. If we've got 1,000 of those, we should have 1,000 of those. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Boom, heavy modular frames. Good. You go in the next box. Boom. And 5 circuit boards for each one. Fuck me. Okay. That's a lot of circuit boards. Five, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That should be enough circuit boards. Boom, and you go. Did we sloop this? We did. Slooped and slugged. Now we need automated wirings. Automated wirings. There's an alternative recipe for this, and I'm actually quite sure I've already got it. So if there is, let's go have a look. Hard drive library. Automated wirings. Fused wire? No. Fused quick wire? No. Oh, I thought I had this. Maybe I haven't. Okay, well I thought I did. Turns out I don't. 14 seconds, but wait. Go on. Go on, game. Go on. Go on. You'll give me the exact one I want now. Stream of luck. I keep restarting. The temptation's always there. But if I can share any advice, it's that it's usually quicker to rip up what you've already done and start again that way. You can rescan the drives. That is true. I can rescan the drives. I could fish for it if I really wanted to. Recycled rubber, heat fused frame. These were big end game components, so I'm not going to refresh that one. Have we got anything that's dum-dum that I can just rescan? One rescan remaining. Plutonium fuel unit. Instead of 30, 18, 6 and 10, it uses 20 and a pressure conversion cube. I have no idea what a pressure conversion cube is yet. But that's big dick and it's nuclear, so I'm guessing we're going to take that anyway. Insulated cable, sloppy alumina. That one's boring. Rescan. Deuterium computers, aluminum beams. That could actually end up being a good one. Steeled frame, basic iron ingot. I've got the pure iron ingot one now, which makes me feel that I'm unlikely to use the basic one, because the pure one is basically the same. Turbo heavy fuel. Is this another alternative to regular turbo fuel? Oh, we got turbo blend fuel. Heavy oil residue and more compacted coal. That could actually be quite an interesting one. Leached iron ingots. Iron plus sulfuric acid. Gives me 10 iron ingots. That sounds like a lot of hard work. You've got to add water to it, and you've got to add sulfur to it. If I'm going to be adding water to something, I might as well just be adding it straight to the iron ore. It's technically more efficient in terms of iron production, though, mind. Alternative automated miner? What? There's an alternative to these? Wet concrete? Okay, I'm not getting the one I want, is it? I'm never getting the one I want. Oh! Whoa, hang on. Automated speed wiring. Is this probably the one I'm looking for? You make 4 of these bad boys from 2 stators, 40 wire, and a speed module thing. The emphasis here being is that the production rate is significantly higher. Half as many stators, cable instead of wire, and a high-speed connector. These are more expensive, but they're faster. More expensive, but faster. That's the one we want. Right. Cool. Wet concrete is good. Where was wet concrete? Rubber concrete, wet concrete. I'm not going to want an alternative to automated miners, am I? So, yoink. Let's get another hard drive on the go real quick. Right, scan away. Right, quick break for 2 minutes, boys and girls. I've been sat down for 2 hours straight. I should stand up, stretch my legs before we start getting too deep into this. Give me 2 minutes, boys and girls. I'll be back in a minute. Alrighty. Right, let's get this on the go then. Let's get the rest of this nicely hacked together. We need the adaptive control units. Hacky as all hell, but it's fine. Automated wiring, we now have the option to do that in a manufacturer. Again, another one of you. This time you're back here somewhere, because you might have other things to do. You're making that one. How many did we need for this to run effectively? 12.5 a minute. That means this needs to be slooped. Why the fuck not? Might as well use these sloops if we got them. That's going to make at least 15 per minute. That's good. Status wires and high-speed connectors. They're all on the other side of the world. Let's just bin this as well. Make it easy for ourselves. How many stasis do we think we need? How many of these automated wires did I actually need for this? 5 for every, so we need 5,000 in total, I think. 5,000 in total. We make 4 from only 2 stators. So we need 2,500 stators. 2,500 stators. Are they on floor 2 or floor 1 even? They're here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 2,000. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 1 for good luck. Beautiful. This is a lot of components. This is a lot of components. A lot of components, and we're using sloops. We need 40 wire for every 4 that we produce. So I need wire times 1,000,000. Roger. What Dragonflight materials are engineers using for the pummeler mount thing? I found level 70 reagent bank tab that I forgot to clear out. Dragonflight materials for the pummeler mount. It's probably the ore plus it's greased gears. Is it maybe? That's the actual component that they're scrapping down. So ore and is it maybe rousing fire? I'm doing this from memory. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's like a shitload of wire. That's got to be fine. There's a buttload of wire. And then we need 1 high-speed connector to make the 4. So we only need like... Oh, this makes 4 per. I think I've way over provided status here. We need like 1,000 of these. So we need 250 high-speed connectors or something. Yeah, I think I've got my maths wrong there. High-speed connectors around here somewhere. That looks like a high-speed connector, doesn't it? Let's just grab that many. Right, mats, slooped. Doesn't need to produce any faster than it's already doing, because it can't be consumed any faster. We only need 12.5 a minute for it to actually do its job. Right, that should then be, if I have mathed everything even remotely right, That should give me my adaptive control units. Actually, from this... sorry, no, the assembly director systems that we need. 3.75 adaptive control units a minute. This is producing 5 per minute, so we're oversupplying those, and we put that... Yeah, okay, that's fine. Right. And if any more come out, great. Right, power for all of this lovely stuff. Go. Right, so you're going to be waiting on the adaptive control units. That's not a problem. They're going to be waiting on the automated wiring, but everything else is Gucci. You're going to be chunking through. Everything that we're making, even intermediates, is slooped just to get maximum output. Right, that should slowly but surely make us our 500 of those. Next component, what's it called? Parts. I can't remember what it's called. It'll be down the bottom somewhere, won't it? Magnetic field generators. Which Discord channel should I share a picture of my quartz cave top floor? Oh, for now, you just use Star Schmucks. I don't have dedicated channels for Satisfactory related stuff. So I need versatile frameworks times how many? 5 goes into 2 of these things, so 2.5 per unit. We need 500. 500 multiplied by 2.5, 1,250. So I need 1,250 versatile frameworks. $1,250 versatile frameworks. If only I already had those. I'll let you into a little secret. We do. Choo choo. 1,250 Toblerones incoming. You did it, Toblerone. These things, I can never remember their name, so I just call them Toblerones. Versatile Frameworks is their actual name. 100, 200, 300, 400, 500, 600, 700, 800, 900, 1,000, 1,100, 1,200. Oh shit, did I not have enough? Did I say 1,250? This needs to be a bigger tank, doesn't it? How fucking slow they're coming out of here. What is this belt about? Faster! Go faster! Right, that should be 1,250. In fact, we're going to swap this out for a big boy chest. Because, them be rookie numbers. Yoink! These alternative recipes sound interesting. Does this allow progress if, for example, you can't find a specific resource? So far, the alternative recipes kind of make it so that you can add... It's usually so that you can add something else to a recipe in replacement of something else, is usually how it works. So, for example... you could add, instead of taking lots of lots of copper ore, and turning it straight in, smelting it straight into bars. You could take coal or copper ore and add a bunch of water to it, and then make the bars in a refinement process, so that you can use less of the basic natural resource, but by adding water to it and consuming more energy in producing them. So you can optimize. There's often like you can either optimize the materials, or you can add more materials to it to increase the yield. It's kind of quite cool because it makes you want to go back on things you did at the beginning of the game and basically optimize them. And watering down your beer, yeah, good example there. Imagine you were watering down your beer to make more beer, but you had to spend a little bit more energy to do it, but then you had twice as much beer. Yeah, you're on the right sorts of lines. And your alternative recipes are found by hard drives. That every one of these red icons I put on the map is where I found a hard drive. So it forces you to go out and do exploration to find these hard drives, and they take 10 minutes each to decode. But it means the more time you spend exploring, the more options you have when building things. And it might help you, like, decide where you want your factory to go that produces that thing. Because depending on what natural resources are knocking about. Okay. Magnetic field generators are made in an assembler. Those are made in an assembler. They need a box of frameworks. Got that the wrong way around. Mashing buttons like a crazy person. Magnetic field generators. Sloop U. Probably power shard U, I would imagine. Let's make as many as we can as fast as we can. Frameworks. Go in a box. Frameworks go in a box. Now we need to make these electromagnetic control rods. These are done in an assembler and take stators and AI jobbies. Both of which are items. Both of which are items that I already have elsewhere. These things? Isn't there an alternative for these as well? I'm quite sure there's an alternative for these. Let me go check those. Electro rod things. You watch, it'll be one that I've already shuffled. Oh, hello, here we go. Electromagnetic connection rod. So the default recipe is 3 stators, 2 AI limiters to produce 2 rods. You can make 4 per minute. The alternative uses 1 less stator and uses a high-speed connector instead of the AI limiters, but produces them twice as fast. That's just a win all round, isn't it? High-speed connectors are lots of quick wire, lots of cables and a circuit. AI limiters are, I mean, that's just a win. So let's change that to, where's it gone? AI ones, or that said, I do have way more AI limiters than I know what to do with. We'll do this one anyway, because I think speed is of the essence here. How many do we need? Oh, we only need 2.5 of them a minute. Oh, we need, like, basically none of them. We don't need 8 per minute. We don't need to do them fast. AI limiters are cheaper and easier to make. Oh, okay. This is actually where I'm not going to use the alternative. 4 per minute default. We only need 2.5 a minute. Stators and AI. How many do we need in total, though? 2 electromagnetic control rods produces 2 magnetic field generators. So we need 500 electromagnetic control rods. 500 rods is 500 limiters, 750 stators. $500 AI limiters. Where are you? Where are you? One, two, three, four, five. 1 for good luck. One, two, three, four, five, 6, 7, 8. That should be it. Flux capacitor of the flu brain is not working. Just going to sell the raw mats instead. I mean, it's probably safer. Why gamble if you don't need to? Stators and AI limiters. You go in there. You go in there. Right, you should cook faster than we need anyway. Oh, you know what I didn't do is I didn't sloop this either. I might as well sloop it. Use half as many components. We can always put these components back at the end of the day. I think my maths is wrong on these frameworks as well. But who cares, they're here now. Right, power. And then box these. Why you no go gadget go? You don't have the electromagnetic control rods. Your go gadget go. You produce more than we need. Right, that's 5 of those per minute. So in an hour and a half, that'll be finished. Right, next component. What's the next thing we need? That engine-looking doodah thing. Engine-looking doodah. Technical terms here. Thermopropulsion rocket. That's an engine-looking doodah, isn't it? That's a proper engine-looking doodah. All of these components are already being automated, so in theory I can just put them all in a box and make it happen. Okay, in a manufacturer. In a big dude. In a big dude. Thermopropulsion rockets. If we are looking to make... Oh, I'm running out of sloops. I'm low on sloops. I need more sloops. Where am I slooping right now? This looks like it's slooping. No, you're just slugged. Who's slooping? You're slooping. Fused modular frames. Hang on, we're about to use a... okay, we can unsloop you for a minute. Or maybe many minutes, but... Sloops are more valuable the further down the run you go. 250 of these. So hang on, what's the default recipe? equal number of modular frames to rockets. So if we sloop it, we can half the number of frames needed. So we only need like 200 fused modular frames. Let's go get those then. 200 frames. These have been churning away for a little while, which is why we've got some. 1, 2, 1 for good luck. You go in there. We need 6 cooling systems per rocket we produce. Is that right? 6 cooling systems per rocket. So if we're looking at 250 rockets, we need 1,200 and no. We need 1,500 cooling systems. Holy, that's a lot. That's a lot of cooling systems. I don't think we have those. No. We do not have the cooling systems. We have 100, 200, 300, 400, 500. 500. Let me double check my maths on that. We need 6 per, but if we're slooping it, it's technically only 3 per. So it's actually only 750 I need. Okay, we're not quite there, are we? But we're close. We're 500. We might need some more of those. Turbo motors. We need 2 turbo motors for every 2. So it's a 1-to-1 on turbo motors. So when slooped, we need half as many turbo motors. We only need 250, so that's 125 turbo motors. 125 turbo motors, that's these puppy dogs. Cloud. No, 50, 100, 150 for good luck. And what have I not put in? The modular engines. We need 5 modular engines for every 2 propulsion rockets. What's the maths on that? How many flipping modular engines? My brain hurts. 5 modular engines for every 4 propulsion rockets. 250 divided by 4. We need 62.5 crafting cycles, so multiply that by 5. 315 modular engines. Let's just go get 350 of those for good luck. 350 modular engines. Wasn't expecting to do this much maths. Holy. This game is literally maths. Yeah, it's literally a maths disguised as a video game. What's actually the objective? The objective is the factory must grow. It's difficult to describe because the reality is there isn't really one. This is the thing with these factory games. They sort of have this hidden appeal because they don't really have a goal. There's kind of a loose goal to them, but that kind of like you're on a planet, there's resources, just go do. is kind of allows players to actually just go and do their own thing. Yeah, grow. Yeah, same as WoW goal making, basically. Make the pile bigger. Yeah. How many of these did I say? Like 350. 1, 2, 3, 50. And 1 for good luck, because I probably can't count. Shouldn't do something like RimWorld, an objective to escape or something, but in reality nobody ever really bothers with it. Yeah, I mean, they've kind of like half kind of tried to build a story into this. The reality is we don't really know. We're building this space elevator. Now, I'm sure people who have played Satisfactory more probably do know, but we're building this space elevator to complete something in the sky that in theory allows us to get back off this planet, I guess. It's kind of the same sort of theory, that it's always about sort of escaping the planet you've somehow landed on, but the story is very loose. It's often just kind of it's there for the sake of being there. Save the Earth, the puppies and the kittens. Yeah. Rarely anything too serious. And that's it. It kind of lets players build their own objectives. Some people like to build factories that are just like aesthetically beautiful. Some people build some outrageously large-scale things, trying to take as many of the resources off the map, pump them into producing as many things as possible. Players kind of get to set their own goals, which is half the fun of it, I think. Right, and the final bin for these should now allow this to just go gadget go. And if it's going to go gadget go, it might as well go gadget go. This is where I do need to start thinking about my power, because now I've gone and stolen a bunch of stuff out of a bunch of boxes. It's turned a lot of the factory back on, look. And our max consumption now exceeds what we're producing. This is getting real risky. So the only thing I'm lacking on these is the cooling systems, aren't I? That's the one thing I said is kind of a little bit on the ropes. We need a couple of hundred more cooling systems. Let me go and quickly analyse what the crack is with cooling systems then. Because I don't remember those being overly complicated. I just maybe have not been producing them very fast for a while. Heat sinks, rubber, water, nitrogen gas. Yeah, the only restriction on these really is the heat sinks. We already need 12 per minute. My personal goal is to completely cover the planet in foundations. Yeah, many people end up doing the same. You'll need to choose nuke or rocket fuel for power. Yeah, I think we're going rocket fuel next. We will eventually end up doing nuclear, I reckon. But I'm going to need to do some rocket fuel stuff. I've got both the default and the alternative recipe for rocket fuel, so I might just kind of retrofit my turbo fuel, because that looks easy to do. You just add nitrogen to the system. And if needed, we might build a dedicated rocket fuel build somewhere. This is running 100%, producing 15 heat sinks a minute, so I'm assuming that this needing 12 per minute shouldn't have too much of a problems. But maybe it's because I'm also filling a box of heat sinks. So maybe that's why that's a little bit slower right now, because it's not quite getting the heat sinks it needs. Well, if in doubt, use more power. I've only got one sloop left. I don't know where all my sloops have gone. This looks good for now, but it's going to absolutely ruin when I don't have enough copper sheets coming to it. So there's actually... The sloop is worth, the extra slug isn't. Alright, we'll let that cook for a minute. So that's the first 3 components that give it a bit of time. It will just happen. What's this cube business? What's this cube business about? Nuclear pasta. Power usage 500 to 1500 megawatts, 1000 on average. It uses power just to exist? What? I'm confused. Produced in a particle accelerator. Oh shit, okay, we're not ready for this, are we? What the fuck is a particle accelerator? Copper powder is copper ingots smushed. Okay. We then need pressure conversion cubes. What are you? Frames, radio control units, easy peasy. Sure, okay. Remember your sloops, there's no tool to locate them later. They're in my factory somewhere. Yes, they're somewhere. It'll be fine. Uses an electromagnetic field to propel particles to very high speeds and energies. The specific design allows for a variety of processes, including matter generation and conversion. Power usage is extremely high and unstable and varies per recipe. Oh, so it can use anywhere from 250 to 1500 megawatts of juice. Oh, is that maybe what... Okay. Holy shit, look at the size of this thing. This thing's a monster. Okay. So, for now... Oh, okay, so producing nuclear pasta will consume 1500 to 1500 megawatts of power. I see, okay. So we need to feed it the base cubes plus a bunch of coppery smush. Alright. That didn't seem too difficult. We need to make some coppery smush. Produces 1 every 2 minutes by default. I'm relatively sure we will use some sloops on this. Probably once one of the other ones done. A 100 per minute copper powder So we need either 2 constructors or 1 constructor that's blitzed. Where's its inputs and outputs? Inputs this side. If this is making copper powder, it uses, let me say we needed to slug this to get 100 per minute. 600 copper ingots a minute? Sheesh, that's a lot of copper ingots. Good thing I recently ramped up my copper ingot production. You'd have almost thought I was prepared for this, wouldn't you? You'd almost think I might be prepared for this. The spaghetti is grim though. I'm really disliking the spaghetti. The pressure conversion cubes, I think these are going to be made also in an assembler, 1 per minute. Oh my god, imagine how much power these consume. Do these consume more power when you slug them? They must do, right? What do these numbers go to? I bet the power of that goes through the roof. Maybe we hang fire on this, because I've run out of all my slugs. I'm using too many slugs up here. I need these to fill up. We need these to finish doing so I can harvest some of my sloops back. We've got 4 in there, 2 in there, that's 6. 7, 8, 9, 10. 11, 12. 13, 14. 18. Yeah, we're using 18 just over there already. Is this doing slug things? Oh, this is doing slug things as well. High-end crafted items I want slugged where possible. I would like these slugged as well, but slooped, but I haven't got enough sloops. Have I got sloops in anything? You've got a sloop in it, and you don't need to be in there. Supercomputers are being slooped, which is wise for supercomputer production. But that said, I can repurpose the sloops more efficiently right now. They can be redistributed once these science things have been made. So you're good over there. This seems like a mission critical one, because it uses an ungodly amount. How many did we need for this? 100 copper powder a minute. So a single sloop in there can get us 100 per minute and only actually requires 300 copper ingots. That's easy done. And by easy done, I mean I'm going to have to wang about in here, which is gross, mind, but... Oh, that's still not high enough. Flipping out. Just casually bring it through the middle of my base. This is only temporary, just to get us out of this phase. Right, there's your copper ingots. Right, pressure conversion cubes. How do we say we're making these? Oh, you're going to be slooped. So you make exactly 1 per minute. We only need 100 of them for now. We need 50 pressure conversion cubes, that's it. That's easy enough. A creature is in the way? Well, move! Move! Stupid fly. Right, where's that on this list? Pressure conversion cube, this thing. Fused modular frames, radio control units. They're relatively expensive as well. I'm running out of sloops. I need more sloops. I wonder if there's anywhere. Ooh, what are you saying? You're not slooped. I bet I've got some random sloops somewhere in my factory that I just don't know. These are power shards. Stuff that's yellow should never ever have. There's usually a purple glow on them if they've got a sloop in, but it can be hard to tell. It's hard to tell if they're not doing anything. What about you? No, that's just no sloops going on there. Maybe I don't have any more. Maybe I am just that poor on sloops. Yep, maybe we're just poor on sloops. That's annoying. Because I would quite like these to be as efficient as possible. I don't want this running forever. At least not yet anyway, we've got other shit to sort. Well, in that case then, how many pressure conversion cubes do we need for 100 nuclear pasta? Is it just a 1-to-1? 1 pressure conversion cube to 1 pasta. We only need 50 cycles of this because we've slooped it. So I only need 50 pressure conversion cubes, which is actually only 50 modular frames and 100 radio control units. That we can do. Frames, we need 50 of those. And radio, 100 of those. Just direct insert. Boop, boop, boop. Right. Do we turn it on and hope our power doesn't crash? We'll be good. We'll be good. We'll rip all this down later anyway. Oh my god, our max consumption went to the roof. What's the max consumption on this thing now? It's hard to tell, isn't it? We haven't actually overclocked this deliberately because I worry it's going to multiply this number. You're slooped to produce more copper powder. That's the least interesting thing to sloop, isn't it? I get it, but we don't need to. It's just raw copper. It's nothing interesting. That is more valuable to me. Way more valuable. Okay. Assess situation time. You're cooking. You're running 100%. You're slooped. You should spit out these as needed, which is going into the directory assembly systems, which are also slooped. And we should be good. In theory, that's just going to cook. And we're already 20% of the way there, 25% of the way there. These things, same scenario, we're about 25% of the way there. You're seemingly working fine. Slooped to produce twice as many. The only intermediate you're crafting is these electromagnetic control rods. These are also slooped. I wonder if they're less important to be slooped. I probably did my maths on how much goes into them based on this, so maybe we just leave it. It'll do its thing. You're cooking, but I didn't give you a box. See, there's always donkey moves there if you don't check things. Donkey moves there, look. We've lost a bunch of production time on our rockets. To be fair, we only need 250 of these, so these probably don't take very long. But we were short on cooling systems in here anyway, weren't we? We were short on the cooling systems, so they're not going to fully finish. Okay. Alright, that should slowly start to give us some nuclear pasta. I want to see this do its thing. Oh, look at it go! Whoa, okay. Oh, that's crazy. Is it only using the little one then? Oh no, the big one's spinning up. Oh, these are cool. Power's going up. How's my power grid? Ah, it's scary. The big one's spinning up. Touch it. Hey, I learnt my lesson last time. It looks lickable. It's fucking loud. It's done its spinny spins. Yeah, these power numbers are getting sketchy. We are on the limits here, aren't we? I want to see the first one come out. Can we actually deal with it if it goes to a full 1500? Yeah, easy business. Easy business. It's going for it. It's going for it. Is it done? Pasta. Pasta. 199 to go. Right, let's get the hell out of there because that's flipping loud. That's loud AF. Right, so now that's kind of the end game components semi-automated, at least automated enough to produce as many of them as we need for this phase to get us into next phase. Time for spheres, time for power. Power is my next Call of Duty. We were kind of, is there a sloop in here? Ah, a bonus sloop. Ah, you can stay there. Yeah, time for spheres. Did I not have a hard drive on the scan? Idiot. So, Roque Fulet was the name of the game, I think. Retrofitting what we currently have with turbo fuel is done by nothing more complicated than importing some nitric acid. And by importing, I mean probably importing nitrogen, making the nitric acid on site. Nitric acid is made in a blender. You only make 30 per minute. That's going to end up being quite a lot of blenders making the nitric acid though, isn't it, I reckon? Or is it? Depends how much of it we need. We only need 1 nitric acid for every 6 turbo fuel. I don't know, because I can't remember how much turbo fuel we produce. Shit. Whoops. Power grid says no. Told you power's next on the cards. We pushed the limits too hard. We pushed too hard and we blew it. It went kaboons. Now there's a horrible problem that this may be difficult to turn on, because something I should have done 500 years ago was put some batteries in, and I never did. Never did. Power. Priority power switch. Down here. You, my friend, particle reactor, and accompanying friends, are going to have your own independent network. That is separate from this one. So you are going to connect to you, you are going to connect to you, you are going to connect to you, and you are going to connect to here. And B is going to connect to there. So does this now mean priority group 1? I don't fucking know how these work. How do I... Oh, wait, hang on. Can I name the switch?
Jack the Dipper says, Stanley, say the next line with a Scottish accent. I don't think we have enough power, Captain.
Is he going to do it?
I'm terribly sorry, Jack the Dipper, but my Scottish accent is about as convincing as a wooden spoon in a porridge race. But do make sure we have enough power, Captain. The factory must grow.
I think he did French the other day, didn't he? I'm pretty sure he did French. Is this turning on? Consumption seems to be going down. No, my point was that Stanley did a French accent. You asked Stanley to do French the other day, and he did it, but he refused to do Scottish for some reason. I don't know why he's refusing to do Scottish. Oh no, I have no idea what you're going on about. Stanley needs an update. Mantheus needs an update, apparently. So, how do I tell this? Is this not being switched on because... Okay, so I can turn that on, but it will equally be the first thing to be turned off if power gets limited. Is that how these work?
Failed Drestia says, say it like Scotty from Star Trek. I don't think we have enough power, Captain.
Oh, it's a Star Trek reference.
I'm afraid I can't do it, Captain. The engines, they
No
can't
chance.
take any more. We need more power. Remember, the factory must grow, laddie.
If it's a Star Trek reference, I ain't got no clue. Right, it seems to be... So it turned nuclear pasta off because it was getting too close to the line. Okay. So nuclear pasta is just not going to work for a while then, apparently, by the looks of things. Okay. Well, I guess that gives us time for the rest of the stuff to... Ooh, finish. Ooh, nearly died. So you're doing... Once these finish, they'll automatically turn themselves off and we'll be fine. We'll just have to do the nuclear pasta separately. Alright, now we can go look at power. If we go fix power first, then this won't be a problem again. I'm a Dr. Night. You see, these are clearly all Star Trek references that literally go whoosh. I'm quite literally
Jack the
light
Dipper
years
says,
behind you.
Stanley, if you had to pick, Star Wars or Star Trek? Huh, a tough choice indeed, my dear Jack. But if pressed, I would lean towards Star Trek for its exploratory spirit and commitment to logical reasoning. May the Force live long and prosper.
So we've determined now that Stanley is Team Alliance and also he's a Trekkie. He's a human Trekkie, quite literally. Okay. Right. So, how much fuel do we produce over here? What was the maths? How much turbo fuel were we making? I think we were turning like 400 fuel into like 600 turbo fuel, maybe, possibly. Oh, no, the other way around. We were turning 400 fuel into like 300-ish turbo fuel, which by itself was enough to run 44 burnery doodah things. We could retrofit that turbo fuel by adding some nitric acid to it to make rocket fuel instead. The question is, what's the damage on those? So rocket fuel, for every 6 turbo fuel we produce, we need 1 nitric acid. So 333 divided by 6. We need 55 nitric acid a minute. .55 nitric acid a minute is needed. We produce 30 per minute in a single blender. So we need 2 blenders up and running 100% efficiently, making nitric acid. If we can do that, we can retrofit our current power to use rocket fuel instead of turbo fuel. That should give us a bit of an uplift straight away. We're going to need nitrogen. We need 100, what's that? 120, 240 nitrogen a minute. Is that the maths on that roughly? If we're making 3 per cycle, it's 4 times, we need 4 times the amount of nitrogen as we produce nitric acid. So if we need 60 per minute to have it comfortably, also producing some bonus nitric acid, which we can then package up and do something with. I'm sure that's useful somewhere else as well. We might as well overproduce it for now. 60 per minute would be 240 nitrogen per minute, which is easily done. We can drone that in, I reckon. Get that in on a drone. Add some water to it. Iron plates. Iron plates. Do I just bring some iron plates down from our main factory? Or is there somewhere close that makes iron? Where's resources? Is there any iron knocking about somewhere close? There's a pure iron node down there. We could use that to make some iron plates, or it's not really that much different to running some iron back from our main base, is it really? We can put some on a belt and run it down here. That's copper. Right, so we need a belt of iron down here. If we're going to need a belt of iron, let's get that sorted first. We've got plastic and rubber going out. Oh look, our plastic belt is empty. Oh, that's interesting. That means we need to scale up our plastic production. That's interesting. Okay. Need to scale up that. Right, the iron will go roughly that way. So we need to run this back to base. There were 3 pure iron nodes down there actually. What, like down here? Is it maybe worth just grabbing some of that, put it on the same Put it on the same belt as the sulfur, or next to the same belt as the sulfur. Is that probably easier than going grabbing it? It's probably safer, isn't it? Because the last thing we need is the base to steal all of the iron for some unknown reason. It's safer to have a dedicated feed. We've got sulfur coming in along here anyway. Yeah, we'll bring it in down this way. Might need to slightly reposition where this belt goes. Because you should be able to fit 3 belts on a single conveyor here. Why I chose to do it in such weird shapes, I don't know. Let's not have that disconnected for too long though, so I've just realised that's kind of pretty crucial to the operation of my power supply as it is right now. So sulfur will come in this way. And then we can put the iron down here. Need to kind of retrofit this in a way that doesn't cause too much disruption for too long. We should have some sulfur backed up though, should be fine. If not, it'll all crash and I'll cry and it'll be fine. You also have a nitrogen southeast of the oil near the iron node. You suggesting to pipe it all in? I've already got nitrogen automated. I can bring it in a drone, and I've got like 2,000 nitrogen being done already. Admittedly, if I pipe nitrogen in, I don't have to mess around with packaging it or the drones. So maybe either or. Okay. Didn't look to disrupt our sulfur too badly. Iron can come in this way. Either way, you're well supplied. You guys clearly have substantially better map knowledge than me. You are right, there's a nitrogen node like right there, isn't there? Maybe bringing that nitrogen, just piping that nitrogen in might be a much better solution than droning it in from our nitrogen node up here. At least to retrofit this base with rocket fuel. There's no easy way to clear a belt, is there, than deleting it and putting it back? Which is in essence what we're going to do anyway. I'm running the risk of killing my power again, but it should be fine. It should be fine, I have faith. I did kind of forget how long this is. Let's hope we don't have steel beam problems again. I don't actually know why I've been using Mark IV belt for all of this. Right, this will be the iron belt, which comes straight from up here, it looks like. So I guess we just follow this round as we do. I'm also excited to be using rocket fuel, to be honest. Nice little boost to the old jetpack. Because whilst we're in the base doing builds, it's nice to have the hover pack. But for out and about, jetpack is still my preferred go-to. Map knowledge is pretty bad. It's just the spot I use for my factory, so I happen to know where it is. You started in the grassy Greenlands. I started there on my first playthrough of Satisfactory, where we actually made it to about this point. I'm hoping this time we can get a bit further. Right, so there's meant to be around here somewhere, apart from the locals. There's meant to be a node. Aha! There she be. You haven't tried using the blueprints with the belts, like 2 or 3 rows? I very rarely use blueprints yet at all, but eventually, yes, we'll get into blueprint mode so we can build things easier. Let me think about this. Do I want to just bring in... I don't know how much I'm going to need. So with this sort of stuff, I tend to go by the theory that just make it as good as you can make it. Make it as good as you can make it. Because it's better to have more than not enough. So Mark III miner, 480 a minute. There's no point slugging it unless you need more. But at least I'm now able to go to 1,200 a minute if we needs to. Kind of no reason to not use a Mark III miner on every node anymore. Do I? There's probably a chance here, while it's not super necessary. Iron plates. We're just going to make using iron ingots, but the iron ingots, I might use the pure ones because we're on the sea. There's no reason not to do it in a refinery. So So in this scenario, it's actually easier. Previously, it didn't matter if I was making iron ore or iron ingots, but from a belt compression perspective, it makes more sense to actually belt in the iron ore now, rather than make the ingots over here and then belt the ingots. Yeah, from a belt compression perspective, it makes a lot more sense to just belt the ore now. So I don't need to do any smelting here. Where's the... Where are we going with this? If we bring it up here-ish, maybe? Oh, no. Vertical? That'll do. That'll do. That's not going to come out of there nicely, is it? That wasn't the wisest of moves. Okay. We can move that back a bit. Hello? Why do you not want to go in there? Aha, that'd be right. Belt direction's wrong. It's more wiggly than it needs to be. It's also the flipping wrong way round again. Can't avoid all the wiggles, unfortunately. Ah, flipping hell. Stand on that thing. Ah, no biofuel, solid fuel. Using Mark 5 belt, but the miner isn't overclocked, so my Mark 4 might be enough. Mark 5 belt is my default these days. I'm not sure why I did half of this Mark 4, to be honest. If I wanted to get the best out of this anyway, I've got to come back and upgrade the belt to Mark 6. So, the only reason I put in a Mark 3 miner here to begin with is just so that it's there if we need to be, and we just slug it and slam more through if needed. The belt would need an upgrade either way to get full throughput. So I'm not bothered, it's fine. For now, I mean, I don't think we'll ever need more than Mark 4, but... we are going to need some power up there, though. We are going to need a bit of power. Let's use a... one with a platform. We should, if we're clever about this, be able to connect up to the one up there. Boom. Right, that's at least 480 a minute. That's at least 480 a minute. My next question is if we're going to need... if we're going to need nitrogen, maybe just piping nitrogen straight in is also not a terrible idea, since nitrogen's not that far away, really. In fact, it's right here. Let me go and assess the situation, because we can bring that out, probably run it in the same logistics up there. Let me go and have a little bit of a look at this nitrogen gas situation then. Where exactly is that? Is it going to be horribly annoying to get there? At least it's elevated though. Oh, it's also a gas, isn't it? So it doesn't matter. Right, let's get the old ammunition on the ready. I think I've got this hard drive, haven't I? Yeah, you're good. Did I mark that as one I've already done? No, I haven't. Alright, well. Oh, you got friends. Sneaky little doge. Dead little doge. Right, let's mark this as one I've claimed. That'll be handy for later. Do goodies respawn in? Goodies don't tend to respawn in, do they? Where is this nitrogen? It's over that way. Are we near? Oh, there we go. There we go. Next to some poo rocks, some more locals. get rid of these as well whilst we're here. Hang on, does that sound like another... Oh, you do have friends. You take a beating. Okay. Game would look cool with dinosaurs or monsters that try and attack your base, and you'd actually need to defend your factory with turrets and stuff. This was always a big question during the development of this, is like, are they going to make, you know, are they going to make the wildlife more wild? And the Satisfactory devs themselves, I saw in a few occasions when that question had been asked, they mostly went the pacifist mode. They said they're not going to support anything like that particularly. They want there to be creatures and stuff to hinder your exploration, but they don't want anything to be directly attacking you. There's kind of plenty of other, like, both Factorio and DSP now kind of fill that niche. Satisfactory said they didn't really want to go that route, which is fair. But whilst modding I don't think has ever been as big in this as it has in Factorio, I would definitely imagine that the modding community could do something like that for sure. This is the advantage of having it in Unreal Engine. It's not outside the scope for other people to make mods for it, custom servers and stuff, which would be quite cool. Right, let's get rid of these poo rocks because I don't like those at the best of times. Let's maybe not use the cluster ones. Run the risk of blowing myself up with the cluster ones. I also hear slug. I hear slug. I see... That's not slug, that's spear. That's better than slug. Okay. I claim this land in the name of Mantheus. Let's get a drill down on this thing then. Let's see if I can remember how to do these. I only did this like 2 days ago. Why can't I remember? I don't remember what the thing's called. It's probably in here somewhere then, isn't it? Resource well pressurizer. That's the one. You go on there. Let's put the nukes away. We then need resource well extractors on all of the doodahs. Must be placed on a fracking satellite node. How are these not fracking satellite nodes? Does that need to be switched on first? That probably needs power, doesn't it? We should have power, not too... Is that a sloop? Have I just spotted a sloop? Always need more sloops. Yoink. I was actually trying to do power, wasn't I? Which we conveniently already had up here. So let's see if we can borrow this without breaking the natural look of things too much. Oh shit, hang on. That's not what I wanted to do. That's meant to go there. Where the hell's our nitrogen? Over here. power. Do. Might need to remember to chill on the power a little bit here. Right, you're going to do your thing. We're going to take pipes, zoop, straight out. Boom, there we go. Pressurized. Right, this was pipe chaos last time, I remember. I don't think there's much way to get around pipe chaos with these, to be fair, but let's maybe have... Oh, a slug. A slug. Yoink. If we take... Let's have a little looky. We can pretty much take some pipes straight out and down that way, can't we? And then we can hook them back in that direction. I think this, whilst it is going to be a long pipeline, is the best approach, really. Doing anything other than just piping this in feels kind of weird. Even though it's a bit on the long side, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. So let's put some of it in some tanks to begin with. That's the global grid. Okay. Yeah, I thought that looked odd. Or maybe it is the global grid. I don't know, whatever. Oh yeah, because we're on a bit of a slant, aren't we? That's due west. Boom, straight out that way. So that's actually where we want to go. So we want to not crater into that rock, really. Choppy. See you later, Mother Nature. We could take it straight down here and try and weave it through. Or we could just take it straight over and then drop it down. Yeah. Straight over, drop it down. Some people don't like that look. I'm not that bothered. Storage then. Let's get a bit of fluid buffers on the go. This is where we need to think about the pipe situation, actually. Are we going to have... How much nitrogen do I actually need? I can't remember what my maths was. I vaguely remember I needed like 250 nitrogen a minute for our existing build. And now our existing build is only taking advantage of one pure crude oil node as its initial. So we are likely to need, if we want to double it and use the second pure crude oil node, we're likely probably going to need at least 500. So a single pipe of 600 should probably do it, even if we wanted to double it. Now, I'm actually half planning on getting this retrofitted with... Retrofit this with rocket fuel, but probably do a separate rocket fuel build up here, where we've got normal, impure, impure, so the equivalent of 2 normals up here. 2 normals equals a pure, right, roughly. There's another pure here, but we've got lots of iron nearby. I mean, there's a shitload more nodes here. No easy access of nitrogen actually up here, looking at the map, other than droning it in or belting it across the sea here, which is another option. Or we do have the crude oil node here, so that could be a shitload more crude oil. Maybe this is going to end up being a monster. Okay, well, let's get one pipe in first. Let's get a pipe in first, just so then we've got something cooking. That hasn't worked very well there, has it really? Hasn't worked very well there. Let's move these forward a little bit. Right. Pipe shenanigans. Pipe shenanigans. It would be lovely to make this neat and tidy, but there's probably no way to make this neat and tidy. How much are each of these spitting out? I'm not going to bother overclocking the shit out of this. If we need to in the future, we'll do it in the future. 120 a minute. 120 a minute. The irony is that both of those is probably enough. That's what we need. Another 120 a minute. 120. 120. 120. 120. Which, if we slugged... Not saying I'm going to slug, but if we slugged, we get 2100 a minute, which would convert these to like 300 a pop, surely? Trying really hard, 1%. What does that even mean? Why haven't these changed? Why are they still 120 a minute? Oh, is it because they've got 50 nitrogen in and they've got nowhere to put it? I'm going to assume they're going to up themselves to 300 then. Pumps don't update their values until they start working again. Oh, okay. Well, 2100 is 6, 12, 18, 24. That's at least 4 pipes to sustain that. We've only got 2 storage tanks here, so we definitely don't need all that juice right now. But maybe... Here was me 30 seconds ago saying I wasn't going to build for scale, but I'm just doing it anyway. Might be a touch tricky to get the pipes out of there. Might be a touch tricky to get the pipes out. Maybe we'll do one the other side. At least build it so you can scale it if you need to scale it. It doesn't mean you have to turn the scale on just yet, but... Oh, for God's sake. How many times did I try and get that in there? Right, now, each 2... When you know it's going to be spaghetti, just embrace it. Just embrace it. When you know it's going to be grim, don't mess about trying to make it look neat and tidy. Because it's not worth. That's 1, 2, then we need to get, there's 3. That can technically go in there. And then this one can technically go in there. And that should not be throughput limited if I've calculated it correct. Because there's actually only 7 nodes, not 8, I think. Oh, I've got all 3 of those connected to 1. I mean, it's probably close, isn't it? We ain't never going to get this running at full throughputs anyway. Don't forget, power, the pressurizer alone is more than 500 megawatts. Well, I can turn this down now. I don't actually need that slugged right now. But yes, thank you, you're right. Go vertical with the industrial fluid tanks. Could just stack 2 on top of each other, couldn't I? Would probably look neater and tidier. For now, I'm only going to take 1 of them anyway. Let's assume that we're going to go 1, 2, 3, 4. This is where blueprints would be handy, wouldn't it? So we're going to take this, for the most part, straight out this way. Can we go straight down here, do we reckon? I reckon we're at the point where we can go straight down. And then we'll just plummet straight across. I don't really like these massive great big sky bridges, to be honest, but the reality is it's the easiest approach. Ooh, a sphere. We'll go get that in a minute. Plumb that straight in. That'll get nitrogen over there. We'll probably use this little island. Actually, I didn't really want to use this island. Well, I've had rough plans to go vertical with this, but I also want to I haven't done the maths to how many oil burners I'm going to need when we do actually convert to rocket fuel. That's a bank of 40 right now. I'm going to guess when we actually get rocket fuel up and running, we'd need to double that anyway. So if we doubled it out backwards and then we leave ourselves room to double it this way, we'll do all the production down this end of the world. I know we should and could probably just go vertically. But when you are doing fuel, is rocket fuel is considered a gas, right? Is rocket fuel considered a gas? Because packaged rocket fuel goes into like the metal gas canisters. So is this compressed gas fuel? So yeah, this doesn't care about head lift anymore. You don't need to worry about liquid head lift on pumps and stuff. So you can go vertical with rocket fuel without any issues. So with it being considered a gas, it's not as problematic to go vertically with it all. Not that it's really a problem with liquids, you just have to put pumps in all over the place, but okay. Let's go a bit further. A bit further just to make sure. Alignment's going to be my issue here. Okay. My OCD will go crazy if we don't get this in a straight line. There's no reason technically not to just do it like this, to be fair. Pipe length doesn't seem to be as flexible as, or as long as belt length. Or is that just recency bias? Right, now we're going straight down. I hate doing these straight down bits because I hate doing straight down bits. Right, so we're going to want a foundation there. There's got to be a quicker and easier way to do this, but I have not figured it out yet. Ouch. Flipping up. Shit. Wait. What the hell? Where was my jetpack? What happened to my jetpack? Oh no. We dead. Oh, my win streak. My win streak's gone. Splat. Where did my jetpack go? Oh, I was using the stupid hover pack. Well, that'll be what. That'll be where it went. Okay. Well, let's take this brief momentary lapse in concentration to check what's going on in here. 50, 100, 50, 200, and 50. Boom. They're done. So, reclaim sloops, please. Turn you down. We did oversupply on the frames by the looks of things. I must have done my maths completely wrong because I didn't think this was producing enough. I didn't think this had enough cooling systems. Okay, 250 done. Well, we'll put those in the. We'll put those in the old in the rocket thing. You need 1, 2, 3, 450. Oh, you're nearly there. You're like 54 away. You're nearly done. That means these are probably about the same. 100, 200, 350, and 75. Getting there. Okay. Nice. Nice, nice. Well, we claimed some sloops back from this anyway. Thermal propulsion rockets complete. Right, let's go grab my corpse. Could also use a mashed potato emote. Not that I know what one would look like. Oh, we do have the rip emote already. My emotes are tragic, by the way. I don't have anybody that's creative enough to do my emotes. Because I'm not creative. Right, we're in a tube. Quick ad break, back in 2. Okie dokie. Right, where in the world is my corpse? There's a death crate there, look. I've also just suddenly realised that it's got my jetpack in it. So this better be an on-foot job. We didn't put this belt. The belt here is meant to be for iron, isn't it? Okay, our tower's over there. It's not that far away. Let's hope there's no locals because we've only got the ammo that's loaded in our clip. There is locals. All right, we'll ignore the locals. Oh, please don't make my box be on top of something. To be fair, I can still pull stuff from the MAM, so it doesn't matter. From the cloud, sorry. I also have a horrible feeling that we're about to plumb straight down onto this rock. No, it might be good. Yoink! Right. What? Who be fucking bees? Safe to say I don't like bees. Invalid placement because of you. Because of you. Right, so our pipe's going to run down the face of this. We probably should bring it out on roughly the same level as this. Do you think this is about the same level? Oh, it's going to be close, isn't it? I don't think it is the same level. Oh, it was close. It was one up. It was one up. We'll allow one up. We'll do a cheeky concrete ramp. Nobody will ever know. Nobody will ever know. Right, we can run a nitrogen along here. This one's actually going to get converted to not that. It's going to be the iron, isn't it? We can put a ladder up here, can't we? That's the easiest way to get up here. Ladder. Boop. Could have done with this last time. Could have done with this before we fell to our death. Shit. Shit. Build the fucking ladder. Build the... Grab the... Oh, Jesus. What chaos. Okay, right, beautiful. Whoa, 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 Nessie, whoa. Right, you don't need to be quite so high. Right, you with the old vertical mode. Get it going. Get it going that way. There has to be a quicker way to do this, but for now, this is the best I've got. Oh shit, and he died. Oh shit, grab the ladder. Straight as an arrow. Love that. Alrighty, let's get this plumbed in. We're nearly at the point where we've got the resources where we need them. Once we've got the resources, we can start looking at doing fancy stuff with it. And yes, I'm at the point where blueprints would make this 10 times easier. I think. Especially it would have allowed me to put like 4 in a row. I'm going to hate my life when I come back to this later and decide I want to run another pipe. And be like, why didn't I do it properly the first time? Why do a job properly when you can half a job it and hate yourself later? Especially considering I can't easily fit 4 pipes on this even if I wanted to. So let's just not. Right. Professional half a jobs. Never half-ass 2 things, whole-ass 1 thing. Yep. Ass it real good. Some wise words. Okay, we're to here, where I technically now don't actually have room for this, meaning we are going to have to do boop. And it is going to have to go on its own feed, because there's nowhere else for it to go. And once we got it to here, we'll just casually figure out what the hell I'm going to do with it. If memory serves me right, this only needs to go into like a couple of blenders. I don't think it's actually overly complicated a task once we've got it. Have I run out of mats or something? What's going on here? No, pipe's just too long. This is starting to get a little bit ridiculously long. At least in the scale of when you just like stand here looking at it. When you look at the map, it doesn't look that bad at all. But when you stand here and admire your hard work, like we've only gone from here to here. It doesn't look like a massive distance at all, but all the way out there, all the way down, all the way, it's flipping miles. As they say, things often look bigger when they're in your face. Right, for now, let's just leave that. Let's leave that there. We need to get the iron ore in here as well, don't we? Ooh, shit, nearly died. Let me get this little bend out of the way. Because we need this belt to come down here. Temporarily connect it there to clean the line. Get all of that sulfur off the line, because the last thing I wanted to do was pick it all up. So get that all off the line. Is there no end to this line of sulfur? Because this belt's meant to have the iron on it. Flipping, how long is this? Oh, it is coming to an end. It's drawing to an end. Pipe's empty, am I looking at it wrong? It's empty because I've probably not hooked something up somewhere. I just haven't figured out where that somewhere is yet. There's a very strong chance I didn't connect it to the main tank all the way at the back. Oh shit, that's got flipping stuff on it already. Ah! Come back! Come back! You're not meant to have stuff on it. I mean, you're allowed to have stuff on it, just not that stuff. Okay. I didn't realise I'd put the iron ore on this yet. Yeah, I'll go back and double check what's going on with the nitrogen in a minute. Let's just get this belt here. Right, that'll do, we know where it's going. Right, let's go check what's up with nitrogen. I might put a hypertube up that thing. Not that we use it very often, but just because it's easier than a ladder, eh? And, more importantly than that, hypertubes are fun. Let's put it right on this end, because there's a chance there's going to be more pipes. Oh man, you can go miles with this in one go. Oh, Stanley's dead again. He popped up, he showed his face, and he's peaced out again. Literally the 4-hour mark every time. Every time we cross the 4-hour mark of the stream, Stanley's like, yeah, you know what, I'm done now. Every time. You're proving to not be very reliable, Stan. Need to maybe reconsider his bonus options. You're saying that looks straight? That looks straight as an arrow. Straight as an arrow. And there's no reason not to have it the same the other side. Or I guess there kind of is, isn't there? Because we haven't got power up here. We haven't got power up here. Should we just keep it going? Getting close to 420's out for smoke. It could be what his problem is. There seems to be some weird thing though that he does for some reason, and a reason I can't figure out right now. He does seem to just give up after about 4 hours, which is kind of mighty annoying. I had Stanley related issues way back in the day, but I thought I'd fixed them. It's why Stanley took a long vacation for 12 months. Yeah, the lack of these should be full though by now, right? These have nothing in them. Oh no, these are full. Oh, it's really hard to tell. Maybe North token expires after 4 hours. Yeah, maybe. Maybe that's what it is. On the basis that I didn't... Well, I mean, the easiest solution is I just DM the dev and ask them to fix it. just fix it, please. Right. That should be nitrogen. That also is... Is it open source? No. It's not, unfortunately. Or I don't believe it is. Whee! We got yeeted out of there. I should really bring the hypertube to somewhere that's actually useful, isn't it? From here, it's like, it's not that useful. Oh, there's a kink in my tail. Oh, we've got right wiggle on the go. Oh, we're not having that. Not having that. Not after I did all of that, trying to make it look neat and tidy bullshit. We're not having unnecessary wiggles. I'll live with the fact that it has to dip a little bit. We're not having unnecessary wiggles. It has to dip a little bit. But oh my god. fuck it. It can stay. Right. So let's just do a quick recap then. Floating structures, fine, but a wiggle in the pipe, no. I know. I have odd requirements for life. You've made it worse. I do actually think I made it worse. That's why I left quickly. The sooner I leave, the less stressed I get about it. So with nitrogen on hand, we have iron ore on hand. This should, in theory, now mean that rocket fuel is easier to manufacture. We can turn off the turbo fuel to being just straight up being burnt and instead redirect it into some blenders with the addition of some nitric acid, which is why we got the nitrogen, the water, because, well, we're in the middle of the sea, that's easy business, and we need to smelt up some of this iron ore into bars, turn it into plates. That little process to make some nitric acid will then hopefully mean we can pump out some turbo fuel. Let's look at the numbers here. We produce 100 turbo fuel a minute per blender. I'm not convinced we're going to need that many blenders. This isn't going to take too much infrastructure to convert our current turbo fuel into rocket fuel. That's all I'm really trying to do here, for reference. This has been quite a little bit more work than I was expecting, but my actual goal here is only to retrofit what we already have. This is making fuel. That fuel is then being converted into turbo fuel here. In production of this is producing the turbo fuel. What we're then going to do, and I will probably do that over here somewhere, is we're going to take the turbo fuel, turn it into rocket fuel, and then pump it all back in. It's a bit of a hack and slash because I only ever left space to turn this into turbo fuel. I never left space to actually retrofit this with rocket fuel, but I feel that it's the easiest way to do things right now. It also means we can get rid of this god-awful pipe that's sending turbo fuel to be packaged. I can then package rocket fuel instead. And that will probably require us, thinking about it, if we do some extra processy bits over here, few refineries, few blenders, whatever, we can then just double this, I reckon. It should give us at least a doubling, I feel. It goddamn better do, because this is meant to be my quick fix to get some rocket fuel production on the go so that we can actually produce a proper rocket fuel production plant. So that we've got lots of headroom to go into the next phase and potentially start looking at a big nuclear plant, because nuclear sounds fun, but I know setting up and building nuclear is going to take me flipping ages, because I'm going to have to learn what the hell's going on with it first. This is why I've tried to retrofit this a few times as we've upgraded, rather than just rebuilding the whole thing again. In hindsight, rebuild it. The time it's taken us to get to tap the nitrogen, bring the nitrogen in, tap the iron, bring the iron in. All of that time and effort could have probably been gone into just making an entire new, separate thingy-mabob. We'll see. But boys and girls, I am going to leave it there for now. We will be back tomorrow. We will finish this off tomorrow. We will get rocket fuel up and running tomorrow, and we should also be able to move past and complete phase 4. The last 3 components, 2 of them are mostly made. The nuclear pasta, we just need a bit of extra power to juice that properly to produce the nuclear pasta, but once we get that up and running, that'll only take an hour to produce them, which will easily be done whilst we're doing some turbo fuel stuff. So tomorrow could be a big day. Tomorrow could be rocket fuel, tomorrow could be moving in and getting our first look at the final phase of the game, which is much excite. I am hoping, and I am in belief that we should be able to complete this playthrough before 11.1 launches. Assuming 11.1 in World of Warcraft launches at the end of the month, I think we will continue playing Satisfactory for a little while, because I'm hooked. I think we're about 120 hours into this playthrough, something by this point. What's the number say? 113 hours into this playthrough in the last couple of weeks. That feels like World of Warcraft expansion launch level efforts. It's clear to say that I'm hooked at the moment. What time tomorrow? Same time, same place. I start my stream at 11 a.m. my time, and I stream for like between 3 and 5 hours. So exactly the same time. So you can jump in the Discord. If you hop in the Discord, you can assign yourself the live stream role, and I put out a notification when we go live in the morning. But yeah, boys and girls, that's going to be me done for now. Thank you very much again for joining. I know we spent a bit of the stream doing World of Warcraft related stuff, talking about player housing and stuff, but that was, I couldn't not talk about that, let's be real. It sounds exciting. Even though I am just as cautious about it, because I really don't want it to be Garrisons 2.0. I'm sure Blizzard doesn't want it to be Garrisons 2.0, but from what we've seen so far, on paper, it sounds intriguing. But yeah, enjoy the rest of your day. Have a good one. I'll catch you next time. Peace.